Over time, each of us settles into our own version of equilibrium. Like your body, there are many forces and feedback loops that moderate the particular equilibrium of your habits. Your daily routines are governed by the delicate balance between your environment, your genetic potential, your tracking methods, and many other forces. As time goes on, this equilibrium becomes so normal that it becomes invisible. All of these forces are interacting each day, but we rarely notice how they shape our behaviors. That is, until we try to make a change. The myth of radical change, and overnight success is pervasive in our culture. Experts say things like, "The biggest mistake most people make in life is not setting goals high enough." Or they tell us, "If you want massive results, then you have to take massive action." On the surface, these phrases sound inspiring. What we fail to realize, however, is that any quest for rapid growth contradicts every stabilizing force in our lives. Remember, the natural tendency of life is to find stability. Any time equilibrium is lost, the system is motivated to restore it. If you step too far outside the bounds of your normal performance, then nearly all of the forces in your life will be screaming to get you back to equilibrium. If you take massive action, then you quickly run into a massive roadblock. Nearly anyone who has tried to make a big change in their life has experienced some form of this. You finally work up the motivation to stick with a new diet, only to find your workers subtly undermining your efforts. You commit to going for a run each night, and within a week you're asked to stay late at work. You start a new meditation habit, and your kids keep barging into the room. Resistance is proportionate to the size and speed of the change, not to whether the change is a favorable or unfavorable one. The forces in our lives that have established our current equilibrium will work to pull us back, whether we are trying to change for better or worse. In the words of George Leonard, resistance is proportionate to the size and speed of the change, not to whether the change is a favorable or unfavorable one. In other words, the faster you try to change, the more likely you are to backslide. The very pursuit of rapid change dials up a wide range of counteracting forces which are fighting to pull you back into your previous lifestyle. You might be able to beat equilibrium for a little while, but pretty soon your energy fades and the backsliding begins. The optimal rate of growth, of course, change is certainly possible, but it is only sustainable within a fairly narrow window. When an athlete trains too hard, she ends up sick or injured. When a company changes course too quickly, the culture breaks down and employees get burnt out. When a leader pushes his personal agenda to the extreme, the nation riots and the people re-establish the balance of power. Living systems do not like extreme conditions. Thankfully, there is a better way. Consider the following quote from systems expert Peter Senge. Virtually all natural systems, from ecosystems to animals to organizations, have intrinsically optimal rates of growth. The optimal rate is far less than the fastest possible growth. When growth becomes excessive, as it does in cancer, the system itself will seek to compensate by slowing down, perhaps putting the organization's survival at risk in the process. By contrast, when you accumulate small wins and focus on 1% improvements, you nudge equilibrium forward. It is like building muscle. If the weight is too light, your muscles will atrophy. If the weight is too heavy, you'll end up injured. But if the weight is just a touch beyond your normal, then your muscles will adapt to the new stimulus and equilibrium will take a small step forward. The paradox of behavior change: in order for change to last, we must work with the fundamental forces in our lives, not against them. Nearly everything that makes up your daily life has an equilibrium, a natural set point, a normal pace, a typical rhythm. If we reach too far beyond this equilibrium, we will find ourselves being yanked back to the baseline. Thus, the best way to achieve a new level of equilibrium is not with radical change, but through small wins each day. This is the great paradox of behavior change. If you try to change your life all at once, you will quickly find yourself pulled back into the same patterns as before. But if you merely focus on changing your normal day, you will find your life changes naturally as a side effect. Beginning in his first novel in 1847, Anthony Trollope wrote at an incredible pace. Over the next 38 years, he published 47 novels, 18 works of non-fiction, 12 short stories, 2 plays, and an assortment of articles and letters. Trollope achieved his incredible productivity by writing in 15-minute intervals for 3 hours per day. His strategy is explained in Mason Curry's book, Daily Rituals of the Cook. It had at this time become my custom, and is still my custom, though of late I have become a little lenient of myself, to write with my watch before me, and to require of myself 250 words every quarter of an hour. This division of time allowed me to produce over 10 pages of an ordinary novel volume a day, and if kept up through 10 months, would have given as its results 3 novels of 3 volumes each in the year. Anthony Trollope. Trollope's approach may seem simple on the surface, but there is more going on here than it may appear at first glance. Let's break down why this strategy allowed the author to be so productive and how he can use it in our own lives. When it comes to getting things done, I've experienced the best results when I rank my priorities based on their true importance and do the most important thing first. Whenever possible, I believe this is the best strategy because it forces you to direct your energy to the tasks of highest value. There is one common problem with this approach. After ranking your priorities for the day, if the number one task is a really big project, then it can leave you feeling frustrated because it takes a long time to finish. For example, last week I was working on a project that took 2 days to complete. On Tuesday morning, when I began the task, I knew I wouldn't be able to finish it that day. Even though I knew I would work all day without completing the task, I still found myself feeling frustrated by mid-afternoon. It was 4 p.m., and I had spent all day working on the most important task, yet the only thing I had to show for my work was an unfinished project. My to-do list was just as long as it was in the morning, even though I was spending my time in the correct way. I was doing the right thing. But it can still be disheartening to be stuck on task 1 when you've been working all day. These feelings of frustration are a possible downside of the prioritized to-do list. Anthony Trollope, however, developed a solution to this common problem. Tiny milestones, more momentum. Anthony Trollope was in the business of writing books, and writing a book is a big project. It is not the type of task that you can complete in a day. In some cases, merely writing a chapter is too big a task for a single day. However, instead of measuring his progress based on the completion of chapters or books, Trollope measured his progress in 15-minute increments. This approach allowed him to enjoy feelings of satisfaction and accomplishment very quickly, while continuing to work on the large task of writing a book. This is a big deal for two reasons. Small measures of progress help to maintain momentum over the long run, which means you're more likely to finish large tasks. The faster you complete a productive task, the more quickly your day develops an attitude of productivity and effectiveness. I have found this second point, the speed with which you complete your first task of the day, to be of particular importance for maintaining a high productive output day after day. Speed to completion. Anthony Trollope didn't have to wait 3 months to feel a sense of accomplishment from completing his book, nor did he have to wait 3 days until he finished a chapter. Every 15 minutes he could check his progress. If he wrote 250 words, he could mentally check that time block off his list and feel a sense of immediate accomplishment. Trollope's 15-minute writing block was a well-designed progress meter that allowed Trollope to get to finished faster while still working on a big task. He received the long-term value of working on the most important things and the immediate payoff for finishing each little time block quickly. You can play a similar strategy for tasks besides writing, of course. For example, rather than measuring his progress on a bigger task like monthly revenue, Trent Dursned tracked each sales call he made with a paperclip. The basic idea is to design a way to get rapid feedback while working on bigger projects. The faster we get feedback they are moving in the right direction, the more likely we are to continue moving that way. Work for the long term. Measure your progress for the short term. There are certain habits and routines that make success easier, regardless of the circumstances you face. In fact, you may only break your tracks up to some of these habits, even though you are unaware of it right now. But most importantly, if you understand how to harness these habits, then you can drastically improve your health, your work, and your relationships, and start living the life you deserve. The keystone habit in Charles Duhigg's book, The Power of Habit, he discusses the idea of keystone habits. We have habits everywhere in our lives, but certain routines, keystone habits, lead to a cascade of other actions because of them. For example, a few months ago, I started to notice the funny thing. When I worked out, I wanted to eat better. Even though I could have rewarded myself with chocolate bars and ice cream, I felt like eating real healthy foods. I also slept better. And when I was awake, I seemed more productive, especially in the hour or two after working out, when my mind seemed to think clearer and my writing was crisper. Thoughts flowed easily. When I didn't exercise, however, I was more prone to eating junk food. I would stay up later working on unimportant tasks. I started to feel tension in my back. I didn't check it, but my guess is that my blood pressure raised as a result of additional stress, no place to release it. In other words, fitness is the keystone habit that puts the rest of my life in place. When I work out, other things naturally fall into place. I don't have to think about eating better. I don't have to force myself to focus on getting things done. Exercise naturally pushes me towards my best self. What are your keystone habits? I'm not always on top of my game, but on the days that I work out, everything seems to come a little bit at ease. And I'll take all the help I can get as I continue my quest to become better. Imagine how much easier and more fulfilling your lifestyle could be if you discovered one or two keystone habits that naturally put the rest of your life in place. So often we struggle to live the way we want to simply because we don't have the willpower to make different decisions. Whether it's having the discipline to eat healthily, or the courage to take a risk, or the energy to volunteer more often, or the drive to perform better at work. We delay these choices, even though we know they are important, simply because we don't have the willpower to make something new happen today. Improving your lifestyle and becoming the type of person who has their act together isn't nearly as hard as you might think. In fact, you might need just one keystone habit before the dominoes start falling everywhere. What are you doing when everything falls into place? What is your keystone habit? Find it to do more of it. P.S. If you want more practical ideas for how to build new habits and break bad ones, check out my book Atomic Habits, which will show you how small changes in habits can lead to remarkable results. What do you do when you have too many ideas and not enough time? Or similarly, what about when you have too many tasks and not enough energy? As an entrepreneur, I feel like I've been battling this issue for a while. There is always another opportunity to chase or a new product idea that sounds exciting. For a long time, I felt guilty about ignoring good ideas that came my way, and so I kept adding more to my to-do list. However, during a recent conversation with Travis Dommett, I learned about a new strategy for dealing with the issue of having too many ideas and projects. It all comes down to treating your life like a rose bush. Let me explain what Travis taught me. Ideas are like rosebuds. As a rosebush grows, it creates more buds than it can sustain. If you talk to an experienced gardener, they will tell you that rose bushes need to be pruned to bring out the best in both their appearance and their performance. You see, a rose bush isn't like a tree. It can't grow wild and tall each year. And that means if you never trim away some of the buds, then the bush will eventually exhaust itself and die. There are only so many resources to go around. And if you really want a rose bush to flourish, then it needs to be trimmed down not just once, but each year. Ideas are like rose bushes. They need to be consistently pruned and trimmed down. And just like a rose bush, pruning away at ideas, even if they have potential, allows the remaining ideas to fully blossom. Just like the rosebush, we face constraints in our lives. We have a limited amount of energy and willpower to apply each day. It's natural for new ideas and projects to come into our life, just like it's natural for a rosebush to add new buds. But we have to prune things away before we exhaust ourselves. In other words, new growth is natural, and it's normal for tasks and ideas to creep into your life. But full growth and optimal living requires pruning. We all need to cut good branches. I like the rose bush analogy because it brings up something that is often lost in most conversations about productivity and simplicity. If you want to reach your full potential, you have to cut out tasks that are good, but not great. In my experience, this is really hard to do. If you're building a business, maybe you have 3 product lines that are profitable. Your business might grow by 5 times if you focus on all 3. But the product line will grow by 500 times if you put all of your energy into it. If you're training in the gym, there are all sorts of exercises that could make you stronger. But which 2 or 3 exercises will build a foundation of strength better than anything else? If you're thinking about the relationships in your life, there are dozens of people that you are connected to in some way. But which people bring energy into your life, and which ones suck energy out of it? Most rosebuds could grow if they're given the chance. In other words, most buds are like a good idea. They have potential. But in order for the entire bush to flourish and live a healthy life, you have to choose the ones with the most potential and cut the rest. The bottom line gardener and writer Elizabeth Roth says, roses that are left unpruned can become a tangled mess of old and new canes, all competing for air and light. We can say the same thing about our lives. A life left unpruned can become an attractive knot of ideas, tasks, and projects competing for limited time and resources. If you don't prune some of the branches from your life, the important ones will never flourish. I was lifting with the owner of my gym. She was doing clean and jerks. I was squatting. In between sets, I asked if she had ever competed in an Olympic weightlifting meet. You should do one. They are a lot of fun, and you're definitely built to be a weightlifter. That's what everyone tells me, but I don't know, she responded. Competitions make me kind of nervous. I just think, what if I miss this lift and all of these people see it? Let's pause for a moment. Remember, this is someone who owns a gym. She misses lifts every single week and sees hundreds of other people do the same. And yet here she is, letting her fear of being judged prevent her from doing something that she'd like to do. This little conversation reminded me of why I hate fear-based decision-making and got me thinking about the importance of overcoming fear. Let's talk about how you can get past fear and self-doubt and do the things that you want to do. Fear-based decision-making is when you let your fears or worries dictate your actions, or, in most cases, your lack of action. For example, I'd love to visit Africa, but what if something bad happens while I'm there? I'll go somewhere else instead. I'd love to write a book, but what if people hate it? Maybe I should read more before I start writing. I'd love to get in shape, but what if I look stupid at the gym? I need to lose some weight before I go. The unfortunate result is that you don't do the things that you say are important to you. Just to be clear, I've made this mistake many times myself. In fact, for 2 years I came up with all sorts of reasons for why I shouldn't start this very website. I've also come up with excuses for not building businesses, not starting projects, not applying to schools, not applying to jobs, and on and on. In other words, this is a mistake that we all make. But that doesn't mean it's all right to continue making it. 5 thoughts on overcoming fear and self-doubt after all of my mistakes. There are a few rules of thumb for overcoming fear. 1. Don't pick goals where the stakes are low. When the gym owner chooses to avoid competition and only miss lifts in her home gym, it's a way of keeping the stakes low. But failing in a safe zone is just a clever way of holding yourself back. If you fail inside your comfort zone, it's not really failure, it's just maintaining the status quo. If you never feel uncomfortable, then you're never trying anything new. In other words, feeling stupid is a good thing. 2, nobody is rooting for you to fail. Maybe you'll succeed, maybe you'll fail. For the most part, nobody cares one way or the other. This is a good thing. The world is big and you are small, and that means you can chase your dreams with little worry for what people think. 3. Just because you don't like where you have to start from doesn't mean you shouldn't get started. I wish I was a better writer when I started writing. I wish I was a smarter entrepreneur when I started building businesses. I wish I was a better photographer when I picked up a camera. But more than anything, I'm glad I chose to start, even though I wasn't very good in the beginning. Feelings of fear and uncertainty have a way of making you feel unprepared. I should learn more before I take this test. I should practice more before I compete. I should get this degree before I start this business. Here's a tough question that forces you to consider the opposite side. How long will you put off what you're capable of doing just to maintain what you're currently doing? 4. Stop making uncertain things certain. Who says you're going to fail? Just because someone else got rejected from that job doesn't mean you will. Maybe the publisher hated your friend's book, but that doesn't mean they'll hate yours. Maybe you tried to lose weight before, but that doesn't mean you can't lose it now. You're not destined to miss that lift. In fact, maybe you're destined to succeed. Stop acting like failure is certain. It's not. 5. The only real failure is not taking any action in the first place. We all deal with feelings of fear, uncertainty, and vulnerability. And unfortunately, most of us let those feelings dictate our actions. For this reason, the simple decision to act is often enough to separate you from most people. You don't need to be great at what you do, you just need to be the one person who actually decides to do it. You can enjoy a lot of success by doing the things that most people make excuses to avoid. Agnes DeMille had just achieved the greatest success of her career, but right now the only thing she felt was confusion. She was a dancer and a choreographer. Early in her career, DeMille had created the choreography for a ballet called 3 Virgins and a Devil. She thought it was good work, but nobody made much of it. A few years later, DeMille choreographed a ballet named Rodeo. Again, she thought her work was solid, but it resulted in little commercial fame. Then, in 1943, DeMille choreographed Oklahoma, a musical show from Rodgers and Hammerstein that enjoyed nearly instant success. In the coming years, Oklahoma would run for an incredible 2,212 performances, both around the nation and abroad. In 1955, the film version won an Academy Award, but the success of Oklahoma confused her. She thought that her work on Oklahoma was only average compared to some of her other creations. She later said, "After the opening of Oklahoma, I suddenly had unexpected flamboyant success for a work I thought was only fairly good. After years of neglectful work I thought was fine. I was bewildered and worried that my entire scale of values was untrustworthy. I talked to Martha. Martha was Martha Graham, perhaps the most influential dance choreographer of the 20th century. Although not as well known by the general public, Graham has been compared to other creative geniuses like Picasso or Frank Lloyd Wright. During their conversation, DeMille told Martha Graham about her frustration. I confess that I had a burning desire to be excellent, but no faith that I could be. Graham responded by saying, "There is a vitality, a life force, an energy, a quickening that is translated through you into action, and because there is only one of you in all of time, this expression is unique. And if you block it, it will never exist through any other medium and it will be lost. The world will not have it. It is not your business to determine how good it is, nor how valuable, nor how it compares with other expressions. It is your business to keep it yours clearly and directly, to keep the channel open. The uselessness of judging yourself for nearly 2 years. I have been publishing articles every Monday and Thursday on jamesclear.com. Some days the words come easier than others, and there have been plenty of times when I have felt a smaller version of what Agnes DeMille felt. I thought this was a good article, Why don't people seem to enjoy it? Or, I'll feel like I wrote something average only to see it become the most popular post of the month. Regardless of the outcome, I've realized one thing: we are often terrible judges of our own work. Martha Graham's advice takes this concept a step further by explaining that not only are you a bad judge of your own work, it is not your job to judge your own work. It is not your place to compare it to others. It is not your responsibility to figure out how valuable it is or how useful it can be. It is not your job to tell yourself no. Instead, your responsibility is to create. Your job is share what you have to offer from where you are right now. To quote Pema Chodron, the Buddhist teacher, your job is to come as you are and then find your inner Sifu and keep coming. There are people in nearly every field of work who make each day a work of art by the way they do their craft. In other words, nearly everyone is an artist in one way or another, and every artist will judge their work. The key is to not let your self-judgment keep you from doing your thing. Professionals produce, even when it isn't easy. Keep your eyes on your own paper. In grade school, I remember my teacher passing out an assignment and telling each student to keep your eyes on your own paper. Perhaps she was simply trying to teach 8-year-olds to not cheat, but hidden within that phrase is also a deeper message about what really matters. It doesn't make a difference what the person next to you writes down for his answer. This is your race to run. It's your assignment to complete. It's your answer to create. How your paper compares to someone else's is not the point. The point is to fill the paper with your work. The same can be said of your work today. No matter what you spend your days doing, every morning you wake up and have a blank piece of paper to work with. You get to put your name at the top and fill it with your work. If what you write on your paper doesn't meet someone else's expectations, it is no concern of yours. The way someone else perceives what you do is a result of their own experiences, which you can't control, their own tastes and preferences, which you can't predict, and their own expectations, which you don't set. If your choices don't match their expectations, that is their concern, not yours. Your concern is to do the work, not to judge it. Your concern is to fall in love with the process, not to grade the outcome. Keep your eyes on your own paper. In 1971, as the Vietnam War was heading into its 16th year, Congressman Robert Steele from Connecticut and Morgan Murphy from Illinois made a discovery that stunned the American public. While visiting the troops, they had learned that over 15% of US soldiers stationed there were heroin addicts. Follow-up research revealed that 35% of service members in Vietnam had tried heroin, and as many as 20% were addicted. The problem was even worse than they had initially thought. The discovery led to a flurry of activity in Washington, including the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon, to promote prevention and rehabilitation and to track addicted service members when they returned home. Lee Robbins was one of the researchers in charge. In a finding that completely upended the accepted beliefs about addiction, Robbins found that when soldiers who had been heroin users returned home, only 5% of them became re-addicted within a year, and just 12% relapsed within 3 years. In other words, approximately 9 out of 10 soldiers who used heroin in Vietnam eliminated their addiction nearly overnight. To change your behavior, change your environment. Robbins' finding contradicted the prevailing view at the time, which considered heroin addiction to be a permanent and irreversible condition. Instead, Robbins revealed that addictions could spontaneously dissolve if there was a radical change in the environment. In Vietnam, soldiers spent all day surrounded by cues triggering heroin use. It was easy to access, they were engulfed by the constant stress of war, they built friendships with fellow soldiers who were also heroin users, and they were thousands of miles from home. Once a soldier returned to the United States, though, he found himself in an environment devoid of those triggers. When the context changed, so did the habit. Compare this situation to that of a typical drug user. Someone becomes addicted at home or with friends, goes to a clinic to get clean, which is devoid of all the environmental stimuli that prompt their habit, then returns to their old neighborhood with all of their previous cues that caused them to get addicted in the first place. It's no wonder that usually you see numbers that are the exact opposite of those in the Vietnam study. Typically, 90% of heroin users become re-addicted once they return home from rehab. The secret to self-control, the Vietnam studies, ran counter to many of our cultural beliefs about bad habits because it challenged the conventional association of unhealthy behavior as a moral weakness. If you're overweight, a smoker, or an addict, you've been told your entire life that it is because you lack self-control, maybe even that you're a bad person. The idea that a little bit of discipline would solve all our problems is deeply embedded in our culture. Recent research, however, shows something different. When scientists analyze people who appear to have tremendous self-control, it turns out those individuals aren't all that different from those who are struggling. Instead, disciplined people are better at structuring their lives in a way that does not require heroic willpower and self-control. In other words, they spend less time in tempting situations. The people with the best self-control are typically the ones who need to use it the least. It's easier to practice self-restraint when you don't have to use it very often. So, yes, perseverance, grit, and willpower are essential to success, But the way to improve these qualities is not by wishing you were a more disciplined person, but by creating a more disciplined environment. This counterintuitive idea makes even more sense once you understand what happens when a habit is formed in the brain. A habit that has been encoded in the mind is ready to be used whenever the relevant situation arises. When Patty Olwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas, started smoking, she would often light up while riding horses with a friend. Eventually, she quit smoking and avoided it for years. She had also stopped riding. Decades later, she hopped on a horse again and found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in forever. The cues were still internalized. She just hadn't been exposed to them in a long time. Once a habit has been encoded, the urge to act follows whenever the environmental cues reappear. This is one reason behavior change techniques can backfire. Shaming obese people with weight loss presentations can make them feel stressed. And as a result, many people return to their favorite coping strategy, overeating. Showing pictures of blackened lungs to smokers leads to higher levels of anxiety, which drives many people to reach for a cigarette. If you're not careful about cues, you can cause the very behavior you want to stop. Bad habits are autocatalytic. The process feeds itself. They foster the feelings they tried to numb. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad. Watching television makes you feel sluggish, so you watch more television because you don't have the energy to do anything else. Worrying about your health makes you feel anxious, which causes you to smoke to ease your anxiety, which makes your health even worse, and soon you're feeling more anxious. It's a downward spiral, a runaway train of bad habits. Researchers refer to this phenomenon as cue-induced wanting. An external trigger causes a compulsive craving to repeat a bad habit. Once you notice something, you begin to want it. This process is happening all the time, often without us realizing it. Scientists have found that showing addicts a picture of cocaine for just 33 milliseconds stimulates the reward pathway in the brain and sparks desire. This speed is too fast for the brain to consciously register. The addicts couldn't even tell you what they had seen, but they craved the drug all the same. Here's the punchline. You can break a habit, but you're unlikely to forget it. Once the mental grooves of habit have been carved into your brain, they are nearly impossible to remove entirely, even if they go unused for quite a while. And that means that simply resisting temptation is an ineffective strategy. It is hard to maintain a Zen attitude in a life filled with interruptions. It takes too much energy. In the short run, you can choose to overpower temptation. In the long run, we become a product of the environment that we live in. To put it bluntly, I have never seen someone consistently stick to positive habits in a negative environment. A more reliable approach is to cut bad habits off at the source. One of the most practical ways to eliminate a bad habit is to reduce exposure to the cue that causes it. If you can't seem to get any work done, leave your phone in another room for a few hours. If you're continually feeling like you're not enough, stop following social media accounts that trigger jealousy and envy. If you're wasting too much time watching television, move the TV out of the bedroom. If you're spending too much money on electronics, quit reading reviews of the latest tech gear. If you're playing too many video games, unplug the console and put it in a closet after each use. Self-control is a short-term strategy, not a long-term one. You may be able to resist temptation once or twice, but it's unlikely you can muster the willpower to override your desires every time. Instead of summoning a new dose of willpower whenever you want to do the right thing, your energy would be better spent optimizing your environment. This is the secret to self-control. Make the cues of your good habits obvious and the cues of your bad habits invisible. This article is an excerpt from Chapter 7 of my New York Times best-selling book, Atomic Habits. Read more here. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand these rights as they have been read to you? The Miranda warning in the spring of 1966, a man named Ernesto Miranda was arrested in Phoenix. The police had very little to go on, but they suspected Miranda of kidnapping and raping an 18-year-old woman 10 days earlier. The officers interrogated Miranda for 2 hours and were rewarded for their effort. Miranda admitted to the rape charge and signed a confession paper. There was just one problem. During the interrogation, Miranda had been alone, and at no point was he informed that he had the right to legal counsel. When the case went to trial, Miranda's written confession was used as evidence. He was quickly convicted, but his lawyer appealed because Miranda had never been informed of his rights, and thus, according to his lawyer, the confession was not voluntary. The Arizona Supreme Court upheld the decision, but eventually the case made it to the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court overturned the Miranda ruling by a vote of 5-4 because the person in custody must, prior to interrogation, be clearly informed that he has the right to remain silent, and that anything he says will be used against him in court. He must be clearly informed that he has the right to consult with a lawyer and to have the lawyer with him during interrogation, and that, if he is indigent, a lawyer will be appointed to represent him. The Supreme Court had just created a bright line rule. The power of bright line rules. A bright line rule refers to a clearly defined rule or standard. It is a rule with clear interpretation and very little wiggle room. It establishes a bright line for what the rule is saying and what it is not saying. The Miranda ruling is one example. If a police officer fails to inform a defendant in custody of their rights, then the suspect's statements are not admissible in court. Plain and simple, clear and bright. Most of us, myself included, could benefit from setting brighter lines in our personal and professional lives. Consider some common examples. We might say that we want to check email less frequently. We might say that we want to drink moderately. We might say that we want to save more for retirement. We might say that we want to eat healthier. But what do these statements really mean? What does it mean to check email less frequently? Are you going to try to be better about it and hope that works? Will you set specific days or certain times when you will be unavailable? Will you check email on weekends? Will you process email only on your computer? What exactly is moderate drinking? Is it 1 drink per week? 5 drinks per week? 10 drinks per week? We haven't defined it, so how will we know if we are making progress? What does it mean to save more? More is not a number. How much is more? When will you save? Every month? Every paycheck? What does eating healthier look like on a daily basis? Does that mean you eat more servings of vegetables? If so, how many more? Do you want to start by eating a healthy meal once per day? Twice per day? Every meal? It can be easy to make promises like this to yourself, but they do not create bright lines. Fuzzy statements make progress hard to measure, and the things we measure are the things we improve. Now, do we need to measure every area of our lives? Of course not. But if something is important to you, then you should establish a bright line for it. Consider the following alternatives. I only process email between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. I enjoy a maximum of 2 drinks per night. I save $500 per month for retirement. I eat at least 2 types of vegetables per day. These statements establish bright lines. These statements make action steps precise and obvious. Vague promises will never lead to clear results. Using bright lines to break bad habits, the examples I outlined above focused primarily on building new behaviors, but bright line rules can be used just as effectively to break bad habits or eliminate old behaviors. My friend Nir Eyal proposes a similar strategy that he calls progressive extremism. To explain the concept, Nir uses the example of being a vegetarian. If you were interested in becoming a vegetarian, you might start by saying, "I don't eat red meat." The goal is not to change everything at once, but to take a very clear and extreme stand in one small area. You are establishing a bright line on that topic. Over time, you can progressively move your bright line forward and add other behaviors to the mix. That is, I don't eat red meat or fish, and so on. How bright lines unleash your hidden willpower. Establishing bright lines in your life can provide a huge boost in daily willpower. Here are 2 reasons why. First, bright lines shift the conversation in your head from one of sacrifice to one of empowerment. When you don't have a bright line established and you choose not to do something, the tendency is to say, "Oh, I can't do it this time." Conversely, when you do have a bright line clearly set, your response can simply be, "No thanks, I don't do that." Bright lines help you avoid making just this once exceptions. Instead, you are following a new identity that you have created for yourself. Second, by establishing clear decisions in your life, you conserve willpower for other important choices. Here's the problem with trying to make daily decisions in muddy water. Without bright lines, you must decide whether a situation fits your standards every time. With bright lines, the decision is made ahead of time. Because of this, you are less likely to suffer from decision fatigue and more likely to have willpower left over for work, relationships, and other health habits. In 2004, 9 hospitals in Michigan began implementing a new procedure in their intensive care units, ICU. Almost overnight, healthcare professionals were stunned with its success. 3 months after it began, the procedure had cut the infection rate of ICU patients by 66%. Within 18 months, this one method had saved $75 million in healthcare expenses. Best of all, this single intervention saved the lives of more than 1,500 people in just a year and a half. The strategy was immediately published in a blockbuster paper for the New England Journal of Medicine. This medical miracle was also simpler than you could ever imagine. It was a checklist. The power of never skipping steps, the checklist strategy implemented at Michigan hospitals was named the Keystone ICU Project. Was led by a physician named Peter Pronovost and later popularized by writer Atul Gawande. In Gawande's best-selling book, The Checklist Manifesto, audiobook, he describes how Pronovost's simple checklist could drive such dramatic results. In the following quote, Gawande explains one of the checklists that was used to reduce the risk of infection when installing a central line in a patient, a relatively common procedure. On a sheet of plain paper, Pronovost plotted out the steps to take in order to avoid infections when putting a line in. Doctors are supposed to 1. Wash their hands with soap, 2. Clean the patient's skin with chlorhexidine antiseptic, 3. Put sterile drapes over the entire patient, wear a sterile mask, hat, gown, and gloves, and 5. Put a sterile dressing over the catheter site once the line is in. Check, checked, check, check, check. These steps are no-brainers. They have been known and taught for years. So it seemed silly to make a checklist just for them. Still, Pronovost asked the nurses in his ICU to observe the doctors for a month as they put lines into patients and record how often they completed each step. In more than a third of patients, they skipped at least one. This 5-step checklist was the simple solution that Michigan hospitals used to save 1,500 lives. Think about that for a moment. There were no technical innovations. There were no pharmaceutical discoveries or cutting-edge procedures. The physicians just stopped skipping steps. They implemented the answers they already had on a more consistent basis. New solutions against old solutions, we have a tendency to undervalue answers that we have already discovered. We underutilize old solutions, even if they are best practices, because they seem like something we have already considered. Here's the problem. Everybody already knows that is very different from everybody already does that. Just because a solution is known doesn't mean it is utilized. Even more critical, just because a solution is implemented occasionally doesn't mean it is implemented consistently. Every physician knew the 5 steps on Peter Pronovost's checklist, but very few did all 5 steps flawlessly each time. We assume that new solutions are needed if we want to make real progress, but that isn't always the case. Use what you already have. This pattern is just as present in our personal lives as it is in corporations and governments. We waste the resources and ideas at our fingertips because they don't seem new and exciting. There are many examples of behaviors, big and small, that have the opportunity to drive progress in our lives if we just did them with more consistency. Flossing every day, never missing workouts, performing fundamental business tasks each day, not just when you have time, apologizing more often, writing thank you notes each week. Of course, these answers are boring. Mastering the fundamentals isn't sexy, but it works. No matter what task you are working on, there is a simple checklist of steps that you can follow right now, basic fundamentals that you have known about for years, that can immediately yield results if you just practice them more consistently. Progress often hides behind boring solutions and underused insights. You don't need more information. You don't need a better strategy. You just need to do more of what already works. A recent article in the New York Times shared research on longevity that revealed that the people who live the longest not only live healthy lifestyles, but also tend to engage and connect with the people around them. They visit their neighbors, they teach classes in town, they pass down traditions to their children. In other words, they contribute to the world around them. The article didn't come out and say it, but what it alluded to was that as people age, they tend to find themselves consuming more and creating less. To put it bluntly, the easiest way to live a short, unimportant life is to consume the world around you rather than contribute to it. Meanwhile, the people who keep on contributing tend to be the ones who keep on living. The message was clear. People who contribute to their community live longer. But why is this true? And how can you apply it to your own life? How do prisoners of war stay alive? Prisoners of war who have managed to survive the most brutal conditions will often claim one of the most important factors in survival is not food or water, but a sense of dignity and self-worth. In other words, the only thing that keeps some men alive in the most dire of circumstances is the belief that they are worthy of being alive. Applying this to our daily lives, it makes sense that longevity would be prevalent in cultures where contribution is baked into everyday life. For example, let's take a culture where it's common to go to your neighbor's house and talk each night. During a face-to-face conversation, you have to either contribute or sit silently in the corner like a weirdo. The act of contributing to a conversation, no matter how simple it seems, allows you to derive a small sense of self-worth. Being a meaningful part of conversation makes you feel like we're a worthwhile part of your neighbor's life. When you add up all of your small contributions to the many conversations over the years, it's easy to see how you can develop a strong sense of self-worth when you live in a culture where contribution is typical. You alter the course of others' lives by what you create and contribute. When you speak or write or act, you influence the people around you. When you contribute something to the world, you matter. And thus the act of creating enhances your feelings of self-worth. That's important, and it's often lost online. It's becoming increasingly easy to spend our time consuming rather than contributing. Smartphones, iPads and Kindles, Twitter and Facebook, the web in general. Most of the time we spend on those devices and networks is spent consuming what someone else has created rather than contributing our own ideas and work. The result, I believe, is that our sense of self-worth slowly dwindles and our lives become less healthy, less happy, and less meaningful. Make something. When you cease to make a contribution, you begin to die. Eleanor Roosevelt. As you know, this website is not only about living a long, healthy life, but also about doing something with it. And this new research is great news if you're looking to make a difference. Creating and contributing to the world is not only a foundational piece of living a healthy and happy life, but also a meaningful one. You can't control the amount of time you spend on this planet, but you can control what you contribute while you're here. These contributions don't have to be major endeavors. Cook a meal instead of buying one. Play a game instead of watching one. Write a paragraph instead of reading one. You don't have to create big contributions, you just need to live out small ones each day. Too often we spend our lives visiting the world instead of shaping it. Be an adventurer, an inventor, an entrepreneur, an artist. Suggest your own ideas instead of reacting to everyone else's. Be an active participant in life and contribute to the world around you. Make good conversation. Make good art. Make good adventure. But above all, make something. Contributing and creating doesn't just make you feel alive, it keeps you alive. In 1991, Lindsay Davenport played in her first professional tennis match. She was 15 years old. Over the next 20 years, Davenport would go on to have one of the greatest tennis careers in recent history. She won 3 different Grand Slam titles. She won the 1996 Olympic gold medal. She was ranked the #1 female tennis player in the world 8 different times. In total, Davenport earned over $22 million in prize money throughout her career. I had the chance to meet Davenport at the 2012 US Open. Later that night, she fielded some questions from our group, and I asked her this. Lindsay, sports can teach people a lot of lessons. What lessons did you learn during your time as a professional tennis player that you didn't learn as an amateur? Full disclosure, I had a personal motive with this question. I played baseball in college, but not professionally. So I wanted to know, what did I miss? Davenport's first response was to talk about how she had to grow up fast. She mentioned the power of the media and learning to live her life in front of a crowd. But then she shifted gears and talked about improving at her craft and the lessons of competition, hard work, and perseverance. Those things, she said, were learned long before she became a professional. In other words, to learn about what it's like to live as a professional athlete, you need to be a professional athlete. But to learn the lessons of playing sports, you just need to play your sport. excellence isn't required for growth. Our world is becoming more and more obsessed with comparison and validation. The style of thinking that is becoming dangerously common is, if you can't be number one or number two, then you might as well not play at all. This belief was actually celebrated in my MBA program, which may or may not surprise you. But according to Davenport, you don't need to be a professional to learn the most important lessons in You just need to bust your butt as an athlete, regardless of the level you're playing at. I'd say it's that way in the rest of life as well. Mastering your craft isn't nearly as important as pushing yourself. To put it another way, you'll learn more from the process of pursuing excellence than from the products of achieving it. It's more important to start than to succeed. I think a lot of what people call intelligence just boils down to curiosity. Aaron Swartz. What if the choice to be curious was all that was required to become smarter, stronger, and more skilled? What if the willingness to try something new, even if it felt uncomfortable, was all that it took to start the slow march towards greatness? Are you curious enough to get in the gym and try it, even if you look stupid? Are you willing to be vulnerable and put your skin in the game to start your own business? Are you eager enough to improve your work that you'll battle through the frustration of producing something mediocre? It all boils down to this: whether you'll end up being the best or the worst, are you willing to start? The more I look at things this way, the more I believe that the willingness to start is the littlest thing in life that makes the biggest difference. Step onto the field, stand up in the meeting, raise your hand in class, get under the bar, walk up to the podium, ask the first question. Take a risk, get started, and contribute something to your team, to your family, to your job, to your community. Whether or not you end up being number one in the world is irrelevant. Most of the time, the value you provide isn't nearly as important as pushing yourself to provide it. This is especially true at first. Having the courage to get started is more important than succeeding, because the people who consistently get started are the only ones who can end up finishing anything. Get started. Life isn't a dress rehearsal. I often write about what it means to live a healthy life. I can't think of any skill more critical to the active pursuit of a healthy life than the willingness to start. Everything that signifies a happy, healthy, and fulfilled existence, strong relationships, vibrant creativity, valuable work, a physical lifestyle, etc., it all requires a willingness to get started over and over again. Take note, being the best isn't required to be happy or fulfilled, but being in the game is necessary. Life isn't a dress rehearsal. Only one person lives in the spotlight, but everyone benefits from stepping on stage. Which stage will you step onto? What game will you play? How will you get started? P.S. If you want more practical ideas for how to build new habits and break bad ones, check out my book Atomic Habits, which will show you how small changes in habits can lead to remarkable results. In 1991, Lindsay Davenport played in her first professional tennis match. She was 15 years old. Over the next 20 years, Davenport would go on to have one of the greatest tennis careers in recent history. She won 3 different Grand Slam titles. She won the 1996 Olympic gold medal. She was ranked the #1 female tennis player in the world 8 different times. In total, Davenport earned over $22 million in prize money throughout her career. I had the chance to meet Davenport at the 2012 US Open. Later that night, she fielded some questions from our group, and I asked her this: "Lindsay, sports can teach people a lot of lessons. What lessons did you learn during your time as a professional tennis player that you didn't learn as an amateur? Full disclosure, I had a personal motive with this question. I played baseball in college, but not professionally. So I wanted to know, what did I miss? Davenport's first response was to talk about how she had to grow up fast. She mentioned the power of the media and learning to live her life in front of a crowd. But then she shifted gears and talked about improving at her craft and the lessons of competition, hard work, and perseverance. Those things, she said, were learned long before she became a professional. In other words, to learn about what it's like to live as a professional athlete, you need to be a professional athlete. But to learn the lessons of playing sports, you just need to play your sport. Excellence isn't required for growth. Our world is becoming more and more obsessed with comparison and validation. The style of thinking that is becoming dangerously common is, if you can't be number one or number two, then you might as well not play at all. This belief was actually celebrated in my MBA program, which may or may not surprise you. But according to Davenport, you don't need to be a professional to learn the most important lessons in You just need to bust your butt as an athlete, regardless of the level you're playing at. I'd say it's that way in the rest of life as well. Mastering your craft isn't nearly as important as pushing yourself. To put it another way, you'll learn more from the process of pursuing excellence than from the products of achieving it. It's more important to start than to succeed. I think a lot of what people call intelligence just boils down to curiosity. Aaron Swartz. What if the choice to be curious was all that was required to become smarter, stronger, and more skilled? What if the willingness to try something new, even if it felt uncomfortable, was all that it took to start the slow march towards greatness? Are you curious enough to get in the gym and try it, even if you'll look stupid? Are you willing to be vulnerable and put your skin in the game to start your own business? Are you eager enough to improve your work that you'll battle through the frustration of producing something mediocre? It all boils down to this: whether you'll end up being the best or the worst, are you willing to start? The more I look at things this way, the more I believe that the willingness to start is the littlest thing in life that makes the biggest difference. Step onto the field, stand up in the meeting, raise your hand in class, get under the bar, walk up to the podium, ask the first question. Take a risk, get started, and contribute something to your team, to your family, to your job, to your community. Whether or not you end up being number one in the world is irrelevant. Most of the time, the value you provide isn't nearly as important as pushing yourself to provide it. This is especially true at first. Having the courage to get started is more important than succeeding, because the people who consistently get started are the only ones who can end up finishing anything. Get started. Life isn't a dress rehearsal. I often write about what it means to live a healthy life. I can't think of any skill more critical to the active pursuit of a healthy life than the willingness to start. Everything that signifies a happy, healthy, and fulfilled existence, strong relationships, vibrant creativity, valuable work, a physical lifestyle, etc., it all requires a willingness to get started over and over again. Take note, being the best isn't required to be happy or fulfilled, but being in the game is necessary. Life isn't a dress rehearsal. Only one person lives in the spotlight, but everyone benefits from stepping on stage. Which stage will you step onto? What game will you play? How will you get started? P.S. If you want more practical ideas for how to build new habits and break bad ones, check out my book Atomic Habits, which will show you how small changes in habits can lead to remarkable results. How to Create a Chain Reaction of Good Habits, written by James Clear. Behavioral Psychology Habits. Productivity. Human behaviors are often tied to one another. For example, consider the case of a woman named Jennifer Dukes-Lee. For 2.5 decades during her adult life, starting when she left for college and extending into her 40s, Lee never made her bed, except for when her mother or guests dropped by the house. At some point, she decided to give it another try and managed to make her bed 4 days in a row. A seemingly trivial feat. However, on the morning of that 4th day, when she finished making the bed, she also picked up a sock and folded a few clothes lying around the bedroom. Next, she found herself in the kitchen, pulling the dirty dishes out of the sink and loading them into the dishwasher, then reorganizing the Tupperware in a cupboard and placing an ornamental pig on the counter as a centerpiece. She later explained, "My act of bed-making had set off a chain of small household tasks. I felt like a grown-up, a happy, legit grown-up with a made bed, a clean sink, one decluttered cupboard, and a pig on the counter. I felt like a woman who had miraculously pulled herself up from the energy-sucking Bermuda Triangle of household chaos. She was experiencing the domino effect." What is the domino effect? The domino effect states that when you make a change to one behavior, it will activate a change in reactions and cause a shift in related behaviors as well. For example, a 12-month study from researchers at Northwestern University found that when people decreased their amount of sedentary leisure time each day, they also reduced their daily fat intake. The participants were never specifically told to eat less fat, but their nutrition habits improved as a natural side effect because they spent less time on the couch, watching television and mindlessly eating. One habit led to another. One domino knocked down the next. You may notice similar patterns in your own life. As a personal example, if I stick with my habit of going to the gym, then I naturally find myself more focused at work and sleeping more soundly at night, even I never made a plan to specifically improve either behavior. The domino effect holds for negative habits as well. You may find that the habit of checking your phone leads to the habit of clicking social media notifications, which leads to the habit of browsing social media mindlessly, which leads to another 20 minutes of procrastination. In the words of Stanford professor B.J. Fogg, you can never change just one behavior. Our behaviors are interconnected, so when you change one behavior, other behaviors also shift. Inside the domino effect, as best I can tell, the domino effect occurs for 2 reasons. First, many of the habits and routines that make up our daily lives are related to one another. There is an astounding interconnectedness between the systems of life, and human behavior is no exception. The inherent relatedness of things is the core reason why choices in one area of life can lead to surprising results in other areas, regardless of the plans you make. Second, the domino effect capitalizes on one of the core principles of human behavior: commitment and consistency. This phenomenon is explained in the classic book on human behavior, Influence by Robert Cialdini. The core idea is that if people commit to an idea or goal, even in a very small way, they are more likely to honor that commitment because they now see that idea or goal as being aligned with their self-image. Returning to the story from the beginning of this article, once Jennifer Dukes-Lee began making her bed each day, she was making a small commitment to the idea of, "I am the type of person who maintains the clean and organized home." After a few days, she began to commit to this new self-image in other areas of her home. This is an interesting byproduct of the domino effect. It not only creates a cascade of new behaviors, but often a shift in personal beliefs as well. As each tiny domino falls, you start believing new things about yourself and building identity-based habits. The domino effect is not merely a phenomenon that happens to you, but something you can create. It is within your power to spark a chain reaction of good habits by building new behaviors that naturally lead to the next successful action. There are 3 keys to making this work in real life. Here are the 3 rules of the domino effect. Start with the thing you are most motivated to do. Start with a small behavior and do it consistently. This will not only feel satisfying, but also open your eyes to the type of person you can become. It does not matter which domino falls first, as long as one falls. For more on this, check out the 2-minute rule. Maintain momentum and immediately move to the next task you are motivated to finish. Let the momentum of finishing one task carry you directly into the next behavior. With each repetition, you will become more committed to your new self-image. When in and out, break things down into smaller chunks. As you try new habits, focus on keeping them small and manageable. The domino effect is about progress, not results. Simply maintain the momentum. Let the process repeat as one domino automatically knocks down the next. When one habit fails to lead to the next behavior, it is often because the behavior does not adhere to these 3 rules. There are many different paths to getting dominoes to fall. Focus on the behavior you are excited about and let it cascade throughout your life. In many cases, improvement is not about doing more things right, but about doing less things wrong. To understand what I mean, we need to take a trip to Japan, the curious case of Japanese television sets. In the decades that followed World War II, the manufacturing industry in America thrived. For years, American companies grew in size and profitability, even though they produced many products of average quality. This gravy train began to slide off the tracks in the 1970s. Japanese firms implemented a series of surprising changes that helped them crush their American counterparts. As one New Yorker article put it, Japanese firms emphasized what came to be known as lean production, relentlessly looking to remove waste of all kinds from the production process, down to redesigning workspaces, so workers didn't have to waste time twisting and turning to reach their tools. The result was that Japanese factories were more efficient and Japanese products were more reliable than American ones. In 1984, service calls for American-made color televisions were 5 times as common as for Japanese televisions. By 1979, it took American workers 3 times as long to assemble their sets. Business buzzwords like Kaizen, lean production, and process improvement are so ubiquitous today that it can be easy to gloss over the subtlety of the Japanese strategy. The key insight I'd like to point out here is the difference between focusing on getting better against not getting worse. Japanese television makers did not seek out more intelligent workers or better materials. They simply said, let's build the same product, but make fewer mistakes. Japanese companies improved by subtracting the things that didn't work, not by creating a bigger, better, or more expansive product. This is an important distinction, and it applies to habits, processes, and goals of all kinds, not just television sets. 2 paths to process improvement, but the distinction we are making here is between improvement by addition against improvement by subtraction. Improvement by addition is focused on doing more of what does work, producing a faster car, creating a more powerful speaker, building a stronger table. Improvement by subtraction is focused on doing less of what doesn't work, eliminating mistakes, reducing complexity, and stripping away the inessential. These concepts of addition and subtraction apply to many areas of life. Education. Addition. Become more intelligent, increase your IQ. Subtraction. Avoid stupid mistakes, make fewer mental errors. Investing. Addition. Earn more money, seek growth opportunities. Subtraction. Never lose money, limit your risk. Web design. Addition. Improve your call-to-action copy, boost conversions. Subtraction. Remove the on-page elements that distract visitors. Baseball. Addition. Get more hits. Subtraction. Make fewer outs. Exercise. Addition. Make your workouts more intense. Subtraction. Miss fewer workouts. Nutrition. Addition. Follow a new diet of healthy foods. Subtraction. Eat fewer unhealthy foods. Many of these approaches seem similar, but they are not the same. Take the nutrition example above. Eating healthy foods and avoiding unhealthy foods seems very similar. However, in the first case, your focus is on how to eat better, whereas the second case is focused on how to not eat worse. In one scenario, you are trying to chase the upside. In another, you are focused on limiting the downside. Nearly every manager in the world wants to do more great work, but very few people want to do less bad work. We love peak performances. Every athlete wants to play an amazing game. Every business owner wants to land a blockbuster sale. Every writer wants to launch a best-selling book. Our desire for that next level of performance causes us to disproportionately focus on the front end of the curve. Eliminating mistakes is an underappreciated way to improve. In the real world, it is often easier to improve your performance by cutting the downside rather than capturing the upside. Subtraction is more practical than addition. This is true for two reasons. First, it is often easier to eliminate errors than it is to master peak performance. By simply writing down every step of a process, you can often identify a few areas that can be reduced or eliminated altogether. The easiest improvements I have made to my website were a result of eliminating every inessential element. Second, improvement by subtraction does not require you to achieve a new level of performance. This method is about doing what you are capable of doing more frequently. It is about reducing the likelihood that you'll perform below your ability. One of the best ways to make big gains is to avoid tiny losses. It was my senior year, and I was pitching against the 3 team in the country, the College of Worcester. The first batter of the game was making my life difficult. He fouled off a pitch, then another, and another. I threw a ball outside, hoping he would bite on it. He didn't. Ball 1, I tried again. Ball 2, then another foul ball. After what seemed like 10 minutes, we had battled back and forth to a full count. When I think about what I miss most about playing baseball, I think about this moment. I think about the struggle back and forth. I think about chance to compete against someone else. I think about the mental clarity and that rare feeling of being in the moment, not just living through it, but actually living in it. There were thousands of moments like this one during my baseball career. Many times I lost the struggle. This time I won. The batter struck out on the next pitch. A fastball low and away. And a few hours later, we had pulled off the win, and I had finished one of the best performances of my career. But it wasn't the win that made it worthwhile. It was the moment of struggle. Gradually, I've begun to see that these moments are all around us. The problem is, the world tells us that we should be focused on the results. Society seems so obsessed with appearing to be a success that it has become dangerously easy to let the moments of struggle slip by without appreciation. The world says that we should focus on hitting our sales targets, or on losing that extra weight, or on building a successful business, or on accomplishing XYZ result so that we can be praised for the achievement. But the real reward is found in the moments that come on the way to those results. It's not the results themselves that make anything worthwhile, it's the fight that comes before them that gives our experiences meaning. I remember striking that batter out because of the struggle that it took to get there. It's the process that makes the product worth remembering. What is the real reward? For the weightlifter, the reward is not losing weight or gaining muscle. The reward is the chance to wrap your hands around the iron and to sweat and train. The reward is every moment that you choose to live a physical life. For the author, the reward is not having a best-selling book. The reward is the act of writing. The reward is every moment that you battle to string words together and craft a story that takes on a life of its own. For the athlete, the reward is not winning a championship. The reward is the opportunity to compete and to fight for something you care about. The reward is every moment that you step between the lines and test your physical abilities. For the entrepreneur, the reward is not owning $1 million business. The reward is building something of value where nothing existed previously. The reward is every moment that you choose to bet on yourself rather playing it safe. For the artist, the reward is not showing your work in a top gallery or hearing the praise of critics. The reward is the act of creating something new. The reward is every moment that you struggle to overcome procrastination and resistance and fight to express your vision. The side effects of struggle, becoming famous in your field, or making money, or winning a championship, those are just side effects that wouldn't mean much without the struggle. It is the struggle to do significant work that is the real reward, the chance to compete for something you care about, the opportunity to work hard, the time and space to make something of value, to struggle for something meaningful. That is success, regardless of the result. It's all the little pieces, the optimizations and the daily struggles, that make it worth it. Those acts and those moments are the real prize, not the result that comes afterward. The fight is the reward. The power of faith, a lesson from Jesus Christ. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast ocean. In front of you lies the unknown, and behind you, the familiar but unfulfilling. Taking a step forward requires faith, a belief in what you cannot yet see. This leap of faith is akin to a profound teaching of Jesus Christ about the transformative power of faith. One of the most impactful teachings of Jesus comes from the story of Peter walking on water. Found in the Gospel of Matthew, this story highlights how faith can empower us to overcome seemingly impossible challenges. The story of Peter walking on water. In Matthew 14:22-33, after feeding the 5,000, Jesus sends his disciples ahead of him in a boat while he goes to pray alone. Later that night, the disciples see Jesus walking on the water towards them. Initially terrified, they think he is a ghost. But Jesus reassures them, saying, "Take courage, it is I, don't be afraid." Peter responds, "Lord, if it is you, tell me to come to you on the water." "Come," Jesus says. Peter steps out of the boat and begins to walk on the water towards Jesus. But when he notices the wind and waves, he becomes afraid and starts to sink, crying out, "Lord, save me." Immediately, Jesus reaches out his hand and catches him. "You of little faith," he says. "Why did you doubt?" At first glance, this might seem like a simple story about faith and doubt, but its implications are profound. The lesson in practice. Jesus uses this event to illustrate the power of faith and the importance of trust in overcoming our fears and challenges. Here are 3 key takeaways. Faith empowers us. Peter's initial steps on the water show that faith can enable us to do extraordinary things. When we have faith, we are empowered to step out of our comfort zones and face challenges with courage and determination. Doubt undermines faith. Peter begins to sink when he shifts his focus from Jesus to the surrounding storm. This teaches us that doubt can undermine our faith and cause us to falter. Maintaining focus on our faith can help us navigate through life's storms. Faith requires focus and persistence. Faith is not a one-time decision, but a continuous practice. Just as Peter needed to keep his eyes on Jesus, we need to consistently focus on our faith and persist despite challenges. Applying the teaching. Let's break down how you can apply this teaching in a practical way, much like James Clear's approach in his book, Atomic Habits. Start with small steps. Begin by taking small steps of faith in your daily life. This could be trying something new, taking on a challenge, or trusting in a positive outcome despite uncertainty. Maintain focus, identify what strengthens your faith, and make it a regular part of your life. This could be through prayer, meditation, reading inspirational texts, or surrounding yourself with supportive people. Acknowledge and address doubts. Recognize when doubts arise and address them head-on. Reflect on past experiences where faith helped you overcome challenges, and use these reflections to reinforce your belief. Seek support. Surround yourself with a community that encourages and supports your faith. Sharing your journey with others can provide strength and motivation. Practice gratitude. Regularly express gratitude for the positive outcomes that your faith brings into your life. Gratitude reinforces a positive mindset and helps maintain focus on your faith. Conclusion. The story of Peter walking on water is a powerful reminder that faith can enable us to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. By embracing this teaching of Jesus Christ, we can cultivate a resilient and empowering faith that helps us navigate through life's uncertainties. Just as Peter was able to walk on water when he focused on Jesus, we too can achieve extraordinary things when we maintain our focus on faith. So, take that step forward. Keep your eyes on what strengthens your belief, and watch as your life is transformed in ways you never imagined. By 1918, Charles M. Schwab was one of the richest men in the world. Schwab was the president of the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, the largest shipbuilder, and the second largest steel producer in America at the time. The famous inventor, Thomas Edison, once referred to Schwab as the master hustler. He was constantly seeking an edge over the competition. One day in 1918, in his quest to increase the efficiency of his team and discover better ways to get things done, Schwab arranged a meeting with a highly respected productivity consultant named Ivy Lee. Lee was a successful businessman in his own right and is widely remembered as a pioneer in the field of public relations. As the story goes, Schwab brought Lee into his office and said, "Show me a way to get more things done." "Give me 15 minutes with each of your executives," Lee replied. "How much will it cost me?" Schwab asked. "Nothing," Lee said, "unless it works. After 3 months, you can send me a check for whatever you feel it's worth to you." The Ivy Lee method. During his 15 minutes with each executive, Ivy Lee explained his simple daily routine for achieving peak productivity. At the end of each workday, write down the 6 most important things you need to accomplish tomorrow. Do not write down more than 6 tasks. Prioritize those 6 items in order of their true importance. When you arrive tomorrow, concentrate only on the first task. Work until the first task is finished before moving on to the second task. Approach the rest of your list in the same fashion. At the end of the day, move any unfinished items to a new list of 6 tasks for the following day. Repeat this process every working day. The strategy sounded simple, but Schwab and his executive team at Bethlehem Steel gave it a try. After 3 months, Schwab was so delighted with the progress his company had made that he called Lee into his office and wrote him a check for $25,000. A $25,000 check written in 1918 is the equivalent of a $400,000 check in 2015. The Ivy Lee method of prioritizing your to-do list seems stupidly simple. How could something this simple be worth so much? What makes it so effective? Ivy Lee's productivity method utilizes many of the concepts I've written about previously. Here's what makes it so effective. It's simple enough to actually work. The primary critique of methods like this one is that they are too basic. They don't account for all of the complexities and nuances of life. What happens if an emergency pops up? What about using the latest technology to our fullest advantage? In my experience, complexity is often a weakness because it makes it harder to get back on track. Yes, emergencies and unexpected distractions will arise. Ignore them as much as possible, deal with them when you must, and get back to your prioritized to-do list as soon as possible. Use simple rules to guide complex behavior. It forces you to make tough decisions. I don't believe there is anything magical about Lee's number of 6 important tasks per day. It could just as easily be 5 tasks per day. However, I do think there is something magical about imposing limits upon yourself. I find that the single best thing to do when you have too many ideas, or when you're overwhelmed by everything you need to get done, is to prune your ideas and trim away everything that isn't absolutely necessary. Constraints can make you better. Lee's method is similar to Warren Buffett's 25-5 rule, which requires you to focus on just 5 critical tasks and ignore everything else. Basically, if you commit to nothing, you'll be distracted by everything. It removes the friction of starting. The biggest hurdle to finishing most tasks is starting them. Getting off the couch can be tough, but once you actually start running, it is much easier to finish your workout. Lee's method forces you to decide on your first task the night before you go to work. This strategy has been incredibly useful for me. As a writer, I can waste 3 or 4 hours debating what I should write about on a given day. If I decide the night before, however, I can wake up and start writing immediately. It's simple, but it works. In the beginning, getting started is just as important as succeeding at all. It requires you to single task. Modern society loves multitasking. The myth of multitasking is that being busy is synonymous with being better. The exact opposite is true. Having fewer priorities leads to better work. Study world-class experts in nearly any field: athletes, artists, scientists, teachers, CEOs, and you'll discover one characteristic runs through all of them: focus. The reason is simple. You can't be great at one task if you're constantly dividing your time 10 different ways. Mastery requires focus and consistency. The bottom line: do the most important thing first each day. It's the only productivity trick you need. Here is a common mistake that often happens to smart people, in many cases without you ever realizing it. The mistake has to do with the difference between being in motion and taking action. They sound similar, but they're not the same. Here's the deal: not motion, against action. When you're in motion, you're planning and strategizing and learning. Those are all good things, but they don't produce a result. Action, on the other hand, is the type of behavior that will deliver an outcome. Here are some examples. If I outline 20 ideas for articles I want to write, that's motion. If I actually write and publish an article, that's action. If I email 10 new leads for my business and start conversations with them, that's motion. If they actually buy something and turn into a customer, that's action. If I search for a better diet plan and read a few books on the topic, that's motion. If I actually eat a healthy meal, that's action. If I go to the gym and ask about getting a personal trainer, that's motion. If I actually step under the bar and start squatting, that's action. If I study for a test or prepare for a research project, that's motion. If I actually take the test or write my research paper, that's action. Sometimes motion is useful, but it will never produce an outcome by itself. It doesn't matter how many times you go talk to the personal trainer, that motion will never get you in shape. Only the action of working out will get the result you're looking to achieve. Why smart people find themselves in motion? If motion doesn't lead to results, why do we do it? Sometimes we do it because we actually need to plan or learn more. But more often than not, we do it because motion allows us to feel like we're making progress without running the risk of failure. Most of us are experts at avoiding criticism. It doesn't feel good to fail or to be judged publicly, so we tend to avoid situations where that might happen. And that's the biggest reason why you slip into motion rather than taking action. You want to delay failure. Yes, I'd like to get in shape, but I don't want to look stupid in the gym, so I'll just talk to the trainer about their rates instead. Yes, I'd like to land more clients for my business, but if I ask for the sale, I might get turned down. So maybe I should just email 10 potential clients instead. Yes, I'd like to lose weight, but I don't want to be the weird one who eats healthy at lunch. So maybe I should just plan some healthy meals when I get home instead. It's easy to be in motion and convince yourself that you're still making progress. You think, I've got conversations going with 4 potential clients right now. This is good. We're moving in the right direction. Or, I brainstormed some ideas for that book I want to write. This is coming together. Motion makes you feel like you're getting things done, but really you're just preparing to get something done. When preparation becomes a form of procrastination, you need to change something. You don't want to merely be planning, you want to be practicing ideas for taking action. I'm sure there are many strategies for taking action, but I can think of 2 that have worked for me. 1. Set a schedule for your actions. Every Monday and every Thursday, I write a new article and publish it to the world. It's just what happens on those days. It's my schedule. I love Mondays and Thursdays because I know that I will always produce something on those days. I'll get a result. That's a good feeling. For weightlifting, I train on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's the schedule every week. I'm not planning workout exercises. I'm not researching workout programs. I'm simply working out. Action, not motion. For ongoing goals and lifestyle changes, I think this is the best approach. Set a schedule for your actions and stick to it. 2. Pick a date to shift you from motion to action. For some goals, setting a daily or weekly schedule doesn't work as well. This is the case if you're doing something that is only going to happen once, like releasing your new book, or launching a new product, or taking a big exam, or submitting a major project. These things require some planning upfront motion. They also require plenty of action to complete them. For example, you could set a schedule each week to write each chapter of your book, but for the book launch itself, you could spend weeks or months planning different venues, locations, and so on. In a situation like this, I find that it's best to simply pick a date. Put something on the calendar. Make it public. This is when X is happening. For big projects or one-time goals, I think this is the best approach. Force yourself out of motion and into action by setting a hard deadline. Choose action, never mistake activity for achievement. John Wooden motion will never produce a final result. Action will. When you're in motion, you're planning and strategizing and learning. Those are all good things, but they don't produce a result. Are you doing something, or are you just preparing to do it? Are you in motion, or are you taking action? This article is an excerpt from Chapter 11 of my New York Times best-selling book, Atomic Habits. Read more here. In 1960, two men made a bet. There was only $50 on the line, but millions of people would feel the impact of this little wager. The first man, Bennett Cerf, was the founder of the publishing firm Random House. The second man was named Theo Geisel, but you probably know him as Dr. Seuss. Cerf proposed the bet and challenged that Dr. Seuss would not be able to write an entertaining children's book using only 50 different words. Dr. Seuss took the bet and won. The result was a little book called Green Eggs and Ham. Since publication, Green Eggs and Ham has sold more than 200 million copies, making it the most popular of Seuss's works and one of the best-selling children's books in history. At first glance, you might think this was a lucky fluke. A talented author plays a fun game with 50 words and ends up producing a hit. But there is actually more to this story, and the lessons in it can help us become more creative and stick to better habits over the long run. Here's what we can learn from Dr. Seuss. The power of constraints. What Dr. Seuss discovered through this little bet was the power of setting constraints. Setting limits for yourself, whether that involves the time you have to work out, the money you have to start a business, or the number of words you can use in a book, often delivers better results than keeping your options open. In fact, Dr. Seuss found that setting some limits to work within was so useful that he employed this strategy for other books as well. For example, The Cat in the Hat was written using only a first-grade vocabulary list. In my experience, I've seen that constraints can also provide benefits in health, business, and life in general. I've noticed two reasons why this occurs. 1. Constraints inspire your creativity. If you're 5 foot 5 inches tall and you're playing basketball, you figure out more creative ways to score than the 6 foot 5 inch guy. If you have a 1-year-old child that takes up almost every minute of your day, you figure out more creative ways to get some exercise. If you're a photographer and you show up to a shoot with just one lens, then you figure out more creative ways to capture the beauty of your subject than you would with all of your gear available. Limitations drive you to figure out solutions. Your constraints inspire your creativity. 2. Constraints force you to get something done. Time constraints have forced me to produce some of my best work. This is especially true with my writing. Every Monday and Thursday, I write a new article, even if it's inconvenient. This constraint has led me to produce some of my most popular work in unlikely places. When I was sitting in the passenger seat on a road trip through West Virginia, I wrote an article. When I was visiting family for the 4th of July, I wrote an article. When I spent all day flying in and out of airports, I wrote an article. Without my schedule, the constraint, I would have pushed those articles to a different day, or never got around to them at all. Constraints force you to get something done and don't allow you to procrastinate. This is why I believe that professionals set a schedule for their production while amateurs wait until they feel motivated. What constraints are you setting for yourself? What type of schedule do you have for your goals? Related note, sticking to your schedule doesn't have to be grand or impressive. Just commit to a process you can sustain, and if you have to, reduce the scope. Constraints are not the enemy. So often we spend time complaining about the things that are withheld from us. I don't have enough time to work out. I don't have enough money to start a business. I can't eat this food on my diet. But constraints are not the enemy. Every artist has a limited set of tools to work with. Every athlete has a limited set of skills to train with. Every entrepreneur has a limited amount of resources to build with. Once you know your constraints, you can start figuring out how to work with them. The size of your canvas, Doctor. Seuss was given 50 words. That was the size of his canvas. His job was to see what kind of picture he could paint with those words. You and I are given similar constraints in our lives. You only have 30 minutes to fit a workout into your day. So be it. That's the size of your canvas. Your job is to see if you can make those 30 minutes a work of art. You can only spare 15 minutes each day to write. That's the size of your canvas. Your job is to make each paragraph a work of art. You only have $100 to start your business. Great. That's the size of your canvas. Your job is to make each sales call a work of art. You can only eat whole foods on your diet. That's the size of your canvas. Your job is to take those ingredients and make each meal a work of art. There are a lot of authors who would complain about writing a book with only 50 words. But there was one author who decided to take the tools he had available and make a work of art instead. We all have constraints in our lives. The limitations just determine the size of the canvas you have to work with. What you paint on it is up to you. It can be tempting to blame failure on a lack of willpower or a scarcity of talent, and to attribute success to hard work, effort, and grit. To be sure, those things matter. What is interesting, however, is that if you examine how human behavior has been shaped over time, you discover that motivation, and even talent, is often overvalued. In many cases, the environment matters more. Let me share an example that surprised me when I first learned of it. The Shape of Human Behavior, in his award-winning book, Guns, Germs, and Steel, anthropologist and biologist Jared Diamond points out a simple fact. Different continents have different shapes. At first glance, this statement seems rather obvious and unimportant, but it turns out to have a profound impact on human behavior. The primary axis of the Americas runs from north to south. That is, the landmass of North and South America tends to be tall and thin rather than wide and fat. The same is generally true for Africa. Meanwhile, the landmass that makes up Europe Asia and the Middle East is the opposite. This massive stretch of land tends to be more east-west in shape. According to Diamond, this difference in shape played a significant role in the spread of agriculture over the centuries. The remarkable power of environment. When agriculture began to spread around the globe, farmers had an easier time expanding along east-west routes than along north-south ones. This is because locations along the same latitude generally share similar climates, amounts of sunlight and rainfall, and changes in season. These factors allowed farmers in Europe and Asia to domesticate a few crops and grow them along the entire stretch of land from France to China. By comparison, the climate varies greatly when traveling from north to south. Just imagine how different the weather is in Florida compared to Canada. You can be the most talented farmer in the world, but it won't help you grow Florida oranges in the Canadian winter. Snow is a poor substitute for soil. In order to spread crops along north-south routes, farmers would need to find and domesticate new plants whenever the climate changed. As a result, agriculture spread 2 to 3 times faster across Asia and Europe than it did up and down the Americas. Over the span of centuries, this small difference had a very big impact. Increased food production allowed for more rapid population growth. With more people, these cultures were able to build stronger armies and were better equipped to develop new technologies. The changes started out small: a crop that spread slightly farther, a population that grew slightly faster, but compounded into substantial differences over time. The invisible hand environment is the invisible hand that shapes human behavior. We tend to believe our habits are a product of our motivation, talent, and effort. Certainly, these qualities matter. But the surprising thing is, especially over a long time period, your personal characteristics tend to get overpowered by your environment. There is no evidence that the farmers of Europe and Asia were more talented or more motivated than farmers in the rest of the world. Yet they were able to spread agriculture 2 times to 3 times faster than their peers. If you want to maximize your odds of success, then you need to operate in an environment that accelerates your results rather than hinders them. How to design a better environment? There are many ways to design an environment that promotes success. Here are 3 strategies. First, automate good decisions. Whenever possible, design an environment that makes good decisions for you. For example, buying smaller plates can help you lose weight by deciding portion size for you. A study from Brian Wansink at Cornell University found that people eat 22% less food by switching from 12-inch dinner plates to 10-inch plates. Similarly, using software to block social media sites can help overcome procrastination by putting your willpower on autopilot. Second, get in the flow. A few years ago, PetSmart changed their checkout process. After swiping their credit card, customers were shown a screen that asked if they wanted to donate to help save homeless animals. Through this single strategy, PetSmart charities raised $40 million in a year. You can apply a similar strategy by designing an environment where good habits get in the flow of your normal behaviors. For example, if you want to practice a musical instrument, you could place it in the middle of your living room. Similarly, you are more likely to go to the gym if it is literally on the way home from work than if the gym is only 5 minutes away, but in the opposite direction of your commute. Whenever possible, design your habits so they fit in the flow of your current patterns. Third, subtract the negative influences. Ancient farmers didn't have the opportunity to remove the barriers that held them back, but you do. For example, Japanese television manufacturers rearranged their workspaces to save time by eliminating unnecessary turning, bending, and swiveling. You can also reduce the negative influences in your environment. For example, you can make it easier to avoid unhealthy foods by storing them in less visible places. Foods that are placed at eye level tend to be purchased and eaten more frequently. For more on how our environment shapes our habits and actionable strategies to design environments that make your goals easier, check out my book, Atomic Habits. The luck of the environment, we are quick to blame our environment when things go poorly. If you lose a job, it's because the economy sucks. If you lose a game, it's because the officiating was bad. If you're late to work, it's because traffic was insane. When we win, however, we ignore the environment completely. If you land a job, it's because you were talented and likable. If you win a game, it's because you played better. If you're early for a meeting, it's because you are organized and prompt. It is important to remember that the environment drives our good behaviors as well as our bad ones. People who seem to stick to good habits with ease are often benefiting from an environment that makes those behaviors easier. Meanwhile, people who struggle to succeed could be fighting an uphill battle against their environment. What often looks like a lack of willpower is actually the result of a poor environment. Life is a game, and if you want to guarantee better results over a sustained period of time, the best approach is to play the game in an environment that favors you. Winners often win because their environment makes winning easier. This article is an excerpt from Chapter 12 of my New York Times best-selling book, Atomic Habits. Read more here. In late November of 1991, a 3-year-old girl was diagnosed with leukemia. There was a 30% chance she would die. In the coming months, she would receive a long list of chemotherapy drugs, 6-MP, asparaginase, methotrexate, prednisone, and vincristine. The miracle was not only that these drugs could potentially cure her, but that they existed at all. In his fantastic book, The Emperor of All Maladies audiobook, author and physician Sid Mukherjee explains the history of cancer and how brilliant physicians and scientists finally began to discover cures for the disease. You see, for many years, doctors and scientists dreamed of finding a single cure for all cancers. They searched for a radical surgery or a miracle drug that could cure everything from breast cancer to leukemia to prostate cancer. According to Mukherjee, however, breakthroughs finally came when scientists stopped trying to tackle this large-scale problem and made the problem smaller. The first breakthrough came when Sidney Farber, now known as the father of modern chemotherapy, decided to focus exclusively on treating leukemia. He was one of the first physicians to dedicate his efforts solely to a single type of cancer, and by narrowing his focus, Farber was able to make significant progress against this single condition. Eventually, the drugs and treatments Farber uncovered for leukemia led to new solutions for other cancers. By focusing on one tiny vertical, Farber uncovered answers that could be used to treat the larger problem. As Mukherjee put it, by focusing microscopically on a single disease, one could extrapolate into the entire universe of diseases. This central idea that solving large, complex problems is often accomplished by first attacking smaller micro-problems is useful not just for cancer treatments, but for life in general. How to solve big problems. The main lesson mentioned above is simple. When you're facing a complex problem or trying to do something bold, start with a smaller version of the larger problem. Focus exclusively on that small problem and solve it. Use the answers to this small issue to expand your knowledge of the larger issue. Repeat. If you take a look around, you can see this pattern playing out everywhere. For example, consider Amazon. The company started by selling books. Once they mastered the online purchase and delivery process of books, they moved on to other products. Today, they sell just about everything. Amazon could have started by trying to solve the big problem, how do we master digital commerce? Instead, they started with a narrow focus and expanded from there. It has been proven many times that this small to large approach works well for businesses, and I think it can be very useful for our personal goals as well. The idea in practice. Let's consider a few examples of how we might put this idea into practice to develop our own problem-solving skills. Creativity. Big problem. How do I become more creative? Small solution. If you want to become a good photographer, then start small. Learn how to take a really good picture of a chair. Once you can take a fantastic picture of a chair, use those principles, light, composition, lines, curves, to take better pictures of everything. Exercise. Big problem. How can I start exercising consistently? Small solution. If you can't crack the fitness code and struggle to exercise consistently, then forget about every other exercise and just learn how to do one push-up. Use the steps I describe here to increase your numbers slowly. Stick with that one exercise for days, weeks, months. Once you prove to yourself that you can solve this small problem, use the lessons you learn to become more consistent at exercise in general. Nutrition. Big problem. How can I eat healthy each day? Small solution. Want to improve your nutrition? Maybe you should ignore switching to a new diet at first. You don't need to change all of your food habits at once. You could start by solving a very small segment of the problem. Eat one vegetable today. Master that. Do it for 4 weeks or longer. Take what you learn about being consistent with that one thing and apply it to adding a second healthy food. And finally, narrowing your focus is a mental model that you can apply whenever you want to start a new behavior or take on a new project that seems too big or overwhelming or complex to handle. It is a filter you can run larger problems through to approach issues from a more useful place. So, how do you solve big problems? Start with a smaller one. P.S. That 3-year-old girl who was diagnosed with leukemia and treated with the drugs that were discovered through the father of chemotherapy, Sidney Farber. It was my sister. More than 20 years later, she is alive and well. I'm very glad Farber decided to start small. Something unexpected happened recently. I started getting more visitors to my website from Google. In fact, if you search the phrase "how to stop procrastinating" in Google right now, then you will probably see this article on the first page of results: How to Stop Procrastinating by Using the 2-Minute Rule. Why am I telling you this? Because there is a much bigger lesson behind this silly search engine story. I'm not a search engine master, I don't know anybody at Google, and I certainly don't have the world's best ideas. The only reason my article ended up on the first page is because I chose to write something. In a broader sense, I chose to build something, to make something, and to share something. Here's why this is important. The Steve Jobs approach to life, everything around you that you call life, was made up by people that were no smarter than you. Steve Jobs, pause for a moment and read that quote again. Everything that you encounter on a daily basis was merely made up by good and well-meaning people who were just like you. This includes the products on supermarket shelves, the best-selling books in stores, the art in museums, the cars on roads, and even the search engine results in Google. There's nothing inherently special about the people who created these things. They didn't have to pass some test of ultimate truth to verify that they were the right person for the job. They simply chose to build something. You don't need permission to create. You don't need to be gifted or a genius or brilliant to contribute to the world around you. You just need to choose to build something. The world belongs to the makers. The world belongs to the people who choose to make things. They create the environment that the rest of the world lives in. One person writes a book. Thousands of people read it. One person starts a business. Thousands of people buy from it. One person programs a piece of software. Thousands of people use it. One person takes a photo. Millions view it online. Some guy named James writes on his tiny website. Thousands of people sign up for his email newsletter. The people who are doing these things are no smarter than you. They simply decided to become a maker. They decided to make a book, or make a website, or make a business, or make art. You can do the same thing. This is your invitation to join the party and make something yourself. What if I fail? You may be wondering, but what if I fail? What if people judge me? What if I make something that gets rejected? I hear you. I feel that way all the time. Hell, maybe this article will get rejected, and people will hate it. People who are makers feel these same fears. They worry about rejection and battle uncertainty just like everyone else. The only difference is that makers don't let how they feel prevent them from sharing what they know. But even more important to keep in mind is this. If you choose to create something, you've already won because you haven't rejected yourself. You have already won because you've battled the limiting beliefs and the self-doubt and the excuses like, I don't have enough time or enough money or enough experience, and you found a way to make it through to the other side. Yes, if you build something, people might judge it or dislike it, but if you don't create and share the things that you have inside of you, then you'll commit the far worse crime of rejecting yourself. Make a habit of making things. Too many people die with their best ideas still inside of them. Your legacy is what you share, not what you know or harbor within yourself. Unshared knowledge is like potential energy. It's great to have, but it will never do anything unless you turn it into something else. Turn your knowledge into a book. Turn your inspiration into art. Turn your words into music. Turn your ideas into a business. Build something. Write something. Create something. From time to time, it's great to sit back and enjoy other people's work. I love reading a good book or buying a good meal or watching an incredible game just as much as anyone else. But those passive activities are easy to do. What is more important is making a habit of stepping into the arena and playing the game instead of simply judging from the crowd. Make a habit of making things. You can either be judged because you created something or ignored because you left your greatness inside of you. Your call. Franz Kafka is considered one of the most creative and influential writers of the 20th century, but he actually spent most of his time working as a lawyer for the Workers' Accident Insurance Institute. How did Kafka produce such fantastic creative works while holding down his day job? By sticking to a strict schedule. He would go to his job from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., eat lunch and then take a long nap until 7:30 p.m., exercise and eat dinner with his family in the evening, and then begin writing at 11 p.m. for a few hours each night before going to bed and doing it all over again. Kafka is hardly unique in his commitment to a schedule. As Mason Curry notes in his popular book Daily Rituals, How Artists Work, many of the world's great artists follow a consistent schedule. Maya Angelou would rent a local hotel room and go there to write. She arrived at 6:30 a.m., wrote until 2 p.m., and then went home to do some editing. She would never sleep at the hotel. Pulitzer Prize winner Michael Chabon writes 5 nights per week from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Haruki Murakami wakes up at 4 a.m., writes for 5 hours, and then goes for a run. The work of top creatives isn't dependent upon motivation or creative inspiration, but rather it follows a consistent pattern and routine. It's the mastering of daily habits that leads to success, not some mythical spark of creative inspiration. Here's why. Daily routines, the power of the schedule. William James, the famous psychologist, is noted for saying that habits and schedules are important because they free our minds to advance to really interesting fields of action. An article in The Guardian agreed by saying, if you waste resources trying to decide when or where to work, you'll impede your capacity to do the work. And there are plenty of research studies on willpower and motivation to back up that statement. In other words, if you're serious about creating something compelling, you need to stop waiting for motivation and creative inspiration to strike you and simply set a schedule for doing work on a consistent basis. Of course, that's easy to say, but much harder to do in practice. Here's one way of thinking about schedules that may help. Permission to create junk weightlifting offers a good metaphor for scheduling creative work. I can't predict whether or not I'll set a PR personal record before I go to the gym. In fact, there will be many days when I'll have a below-average workout. Eventually, I figured out that those below-average days were just part of the process. The only way to actually lift bigger weights was to continually show up every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, regardless of whether any individual workout was good or bad. Creative work is no different than training in the gym. You can't selectively choose your best moments and only work on the days when you have great ideas. The only way to unveil the great ideas inside of you is to go through a volume of work, put in your repetitions, and show up over and over again. Obviously, doing something below average is never the goal, but you have to give yourself permission to grind through the occasional days of below average work because it's the price you have to pay to get to excellent work. If you're anything like me, you hate creating something that isn't excellent. It's easy to start judging your work and convince yourself to not share something, not publish something, and not ship something because this isn't good enough yet. But the alternative is even worse. If you don't have a schedule forcing you to deliver, then it's really easy to avoid doing the work at all. The only way to be consistent enough to make a masterpiece is to give yourself permission to create junk along the way. The schedule is the system. During a conversation about writing, my friend Sarah Peck looked at me and said, "A lot of people never get around to writing because they are always wondering when they are going to write next." You could say the same thing about working out, starting a business, creating art, and building most habits. The schedule is the system that makes your goals a reality. If you don't set a schedule for yourself, then your only option is to rely on motivation. If your workout doesn't have a time when it usually occurs, then each day you'll wake up thinking, "I hope I feel motivated to exercise today." If your business doesn't have a system for marketing, then you'll show up at work crossing your fingers that you'll find a way to get the word out in addition to everything else you have to do. If you don't have a time block to write every week, then you'll find yourself saying things like, "I just need to find the willpower to do it." Stop waiting for motivation or creative inspiration to strike you and set a schedule for your habits. This is the difference between professionals and amateurs. Professionals set a schedule and stick to it. Amateurs wait until they feel inspired or motivated. If you want more practical ideas for breaking bad habits and creating good habits, check out my book Atomic Habits, which will show you how small changes in habits can lead to remarkable results. Pablo Picasso. He is one of the most famous artists of the 20th century and a household name. Even among people who, like myself, consider themselves to be complete novices in the art world. I recently went to a Picasso exhibition. What impressed me the most was not any individual piece of art, but rather his remarkably prolific output. Researchers have catalogued 26,075 pieces of art created by Picasso, and some people believe the total number is closer to 50,000. When I discovered that Picasso lived to be 91 years old, I decided to do the math. Picasso lived for a total of 33,403 days, with 26,075 published works. That means Picasso averaged one new piece of artwork every day of his life for eternity, until his death at age 91. He created something new every day for 71 years. This unfathomable output not only played a large role in Picasso's international fame, but it also enabled him to amass a huge net worth of approximately $500 million by the time of his death in 1973. His work became so famous and so numerous that, according to the Art Loss Register, Picasso is the most stolen artist in history, with over 550 works currently living. What made Picasso great was not just how much art he produced, but also how he produced it. He co-founded the movement of Cubism and created the style of collage. He was the artist his contemporaries copied. Any discussion of the most well-known artists in history would have to include his name. Falling in love with Picasso was a terrible thing to do. His first marriage was to a woman named Olga Koklova, and they had one child together. The two separated after she discovered that Picasso was having an affair with a 17-year-old girl named Marie-Therese Walter. He was 45 years old at the time. Picasso fathered a child with Walter, but moved on to other lovers a few years later. He began dating an art student named Françoise Gillot in 1944. She was 23 years old. Picasso had just turned 63 at the time. Gillot and Picasso had 2 children together, but their relationship ended when Picasso began yet another affair, this time with a woman who was 43 years younger than him. After they separated, Gillot published a book called Life with Picasso, which revealed his long list of sexual flings and sold over 1 million copies. Out of rebellion, Picasso refused to see their 2 children ever again. Basically, Picasso's romantic life was a revolving door of affairs and infidelity. In the words of our guide at the Picasso exhibit, there were always many meddlers. There must have been something intoxicating about Picasso, because after his death, not 1, but 2 of his lovers committed suicide due to their grief. Many of the qualities that make people great have shadow sides as well. Picasso's singular focus on art meant that everything else in life had to take a back seat, including his relationships and his children. Most humans have a primary relationship with their lover and maintained a variety of hobbies and interests during different periods. Picasso was the reverse. His primary relationship was with his art, while his lovers were like hobbies and passing interests, things he experimented with for a period here and there. Some scholars believe Picasso's many relationships were essential to the progression of his art. According to art critic Arthur Danto, Picasso invented a new style each time he fell in love with a new woman. This was the shadow side of his strength as an artist. The qualities that made Picasso one of the greatest artists of all time may very well have made him an incredible life partner too. They are like 2 sides of the same coin. You couldn't have one without the other. Shadows appear in all fields. I don't mean to pick on Picasso here. The idea that strengths have trade-offs, especially extreme versions of strengths, holds true in nearly every field. For example, consider Floyd Mayweather Jr. He is widely considered to be one of the greatest boxers of all time. his career is fully tolerant to zero. He has earned more than $1.3 billion over the course of his career. He also has serious anger management issues. In 2002, he was charged with 2 counts of domestic violence. In 2004, 2 counts of misdemeanor battery against different women. In 2005, another charge of misdemeanor battery. In 2010, yet another misdemeanor battery charge. Not to mention, there have been a number of reported charges that were legally dropped. The qualities that make him a once-in-a-lifetime boxer, his blind anger and lack of impulse control, also lead him to be violent in normal situations. This combination makes him unbeatable in the ring and unbearable in the rest of life. Every strength has a trade-off now, you might be thinking. Well, you don't have to cheat on your spouse to produce great art, or beat up others to become a good boxer. Those are 2 different things. You're right. I'm using extreme examples here to make the point, however. It remains true that every strength has a shadow side. Some shadows are darker than others, but all paths to success have a cost. Maybe you're a doctor or a nurse who has learned how to remove yourself from the emotion of death. It literally allows you to do your job well when patients die each day, but also reduces the empathy and connection you feel for friends and family. Maybe you're a scientist who holds themselves to the highest standards. This perfectionism makes you excellent in the lab, but also leads you to show tough love to your children, and they grow up believing nothing they do is ever good enough. Maybe you're a smart and enthusiastic friend who wants to help others by always providing value. You're just trying to be helpful, but you end up providing too much value. Your friends wish you would just listen to their problems and not feel the need to make your mark on everything. There are an infinite number of ways this can play out, but one singular punchline. Every strength comes with trade-offs. Is success worth the shadow side? Success is complicated. We love to praise people for becoming famous, for winning championships, and for making tons of money, but we rarely discuss the costs of success. Did the beauty of Picasso's art add more joy to the world than the pain he caused through a series of broken relationships? It's easy for you and me to believe his contribution was not positive because we didn't have to bear the pain. His ex-wives and mistresses might feel differently, especially the 2 who committed suicide. The fact that you cannot escape the downsides of your strengths brings us to an interesting decision point. People often talk about the success they aspire to in life, but as author Mark Manson writes in his popular book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a FK, the most important question to ask yourself is not, what kind of success do I want? But rather, what kind of pain do I want? Do you want the shadow that comes with the success? Do you want the baggage that comes with the bounty? What kind of pain are you willing to bear in the name of achieving what you want to achieve? Answering this question honestly often leads to more insight about what you really care about than thinking of your dreams and aspirations. It is easy to want financial independence or the approval of your boss or to look good in front of the mirror. Everybody wants those things. But do you want the shadow side that goes with it? Do you want to spend 2 extra hours at work each day rather than with your kids? Do you want to put your career ahead of your marriage? Do you want to wake up early and go to the gym when you feel like sleeping in? Different people have different answers, and you'll have to decide what is best for you. But pretending that the show isn't there is not a good strategy. Success in one area is often tied to failure in another area, especially at the extreme end of performance. The more extreme the greatness, the longer the shadow it casts. Success in one area is often tied to failure in another area, especially at the extreme end of performance. The more extreme the greatness, the longer the shadow it casts. To phrase it differently, the more one-dimensional you're focused, the more other areas of life suffer. It's the four burners theory in action. The more you turn up one burner, the more you risk others burning out. The things that make people great in one area often make them miserable in others. One way to think about work-life balance is with a concept known as the four burners theory. Here's how it was first explained to me. Imagine that your life is represented by a stove with four burners on it. Each burner symbolizes one major quadrant of your life. The first burner represents your family. The second burner is your friends. The third burner is your health. The fourth burner is your work. The four burners theory says that in order to be successful, you have to cut off one of your burners. And in order to be really successful, you have to cut off two. Three views of the four burners. My initial reaction to the four burners theory was to search for a way to bypass it. Can I succeed and keep all four burners running? I wondered. Perhaps I could combine two burners. What if I lumped family and friends into one category? Maybe I could combine health and work. I hear sitting all day is unhealthy. What if I got a standing desk? Now, I know what you are thinking. Believing that you will be healthy because you bought a standing desk is like believing you are a rebel because you ignored the fasten seatbelt sign on an airplane, but whatever. Soon I realized I was inventing these workarounds because I didn't want to face the real issue. Life is filled with trade-offs. If you want to excel in your work and in your marriage, then your friends and your health may have to suffer. If you want to be healthy and succeed as a parent, then you might be forced to dial back your career ambitions. Of course, you are free to divide your time equally among all four burners, but you have to accept that you will never reach your full potential in any given area. Essentially, we are forced to choose. Would you rather live a life that is unbalanced but high-performing in a certain area? Or would you rather live a life that is balanced but never maximizes your potential in a given quadrant? What is the best way to handle these work-life balance problems? I don't claim to have it figured out, but here are 3 ways of thinking about the 4 burners theory. Option 1. Outsource burners. We outsource small aspects of our lives all the time. We buy fast food so we don't have to cook. We go to the dry cleaners to save time on laundry. We visit the car repair shop so we don't have to fix our own automobile. Outsourcing small portions of your life allows you to save time and spend it elsewhere. Can you apply the same idea to one quadrant of your life and free up time to focus on the other 3 burners? Work is the best example. For many people, work is the hottest burner on the stove. It is where they spend the most time, and it is the last burner to get turned off. In theory, entrepreneurs and business owners can outsource the work burner. They do it by hiring employees. In my article on the 3 stages of failure, I covered Sam Carpenter's story about building business systems that allowed him to work just 2 hours per week. He outsourced himself from the daily work of the business while still reaping the financial benefits. Parenting is another example. Working parents are often forced to outsource the family burner by dropping their children off at daycare or hiring a babysitter. Calling this outsourcing might seem unfair, but, like the work example above, parents are paying someone else to keep the burner running while they use their time elsewhere. The advantage of outsourcing is that you can keep the burner running without spending your time on it. Unfortunately, removing yourself from the equation is also a disadvantage. Most entrepreneurs, artists, and creators I know would feel bored and without a sense of purpose if they had nothing to work on each day. Every parent I know would rather spend time with their children than drop them off at daycare. Outsourcing keeps the burner running, but is it running in a meaningful way? Option 2. Embrace constraints. One of the most frustrating parts of the 4 burners theory is that it shines a light on your untapped potential. It can be easy to think, if only I had more time, I could make more money or get in shape or spend more time at home. One way to manage this problem is to shift your focus from wishing you had more time to maximizing the time you have. In other words, you embrace your limitations. The question to ask yourself is, assuming a particular set of constraints, how can I be as effective as possible? For example, assuming I can only work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., how can I make the most money possible? Assuming I can only write for 15 minutes each day, how can I finish my book as fast as possible? Assuming I can only exercise for 3 hours each week, how can I get in the best shape possible? This line of questioning pulls your focus towards something positive, getting the most out of what you have available, rather than something negative, worrying about never having enough time. Furthermore, well-designed limitations can actually improve your performance and help you stop procrastinating on your goals. Of course, there are disadvantages as well. Embracing constraints means accepting that you are operating at less than your full potential. Yes, there are plenty of ways to work smarter, not harder, but it is difficult to avoid the fact that where you spend your time matters. If you invested more time into your health, or your relationships, or your career, you would likely see improved results in that area. Option 3. The seasons of life. A third way to manage your 4 burners is by breaking your life into seasons. What if, instead of searching for perfect work-life balance at all times, you divided your life into seasons that focused on a particular area? The importance of your burners may change throughout life. When you are in your 20 seconds or 30 seconds and you don't have children, it can be easier to get to the gym and chase career ambitions. The health and work burners are on full blast. A few years later, you might start a family and suddenly the health burner dips down to a slow simmer while your family burner gets more gas. Another decade passes and you might revive relationships with old friends or pursue that business idea you had been putting off. You don't have to give up on your dreams forever, but life rarely allows you to keep all 4 burners going at once. Maybe you need to let go of something for this season. You can do it all in a lifetime, but not at the SAMED time. In the words of Nathan Barry, commit to your goal with everything you have, for a season. Furthermore, there is often a multiplier effect that occurs when you dedicate yourself fully to a given area. In many cases, you can achieve more by going all in on a given task for a few years than by giving it a lukewarm effort for 50 years. Maybe it is best to strive for seasons of imbalance and rotate through them as needed. For the last 5 years, I have been in my entrepreneurship season. I built a successful business, but it came with costs. I turned my friend's burner way down and my family burner is only running halfway. What season are you in right now? Work-life balance. Which burners have you cut off? The 4 burners theory reveals a truth everyone must deal with. Nobody likes being told they can't have it all, but everyone has constraints on their time and energy. Every choice has a cost. Which burners have you cut off? Late in his career, Steve Jobs famously drove his car without a license plate. There were all sorts of theories about why Jobs decided to drive without tags. Some people said he didn't want to be tracked. Others believed he was trying to make a game of avoiding parking tickets. John Callis, a former computer security expert who worked for Apple, revealed a different reason. According to Callis, Steve Jobs discovered a loophole in the California vehicle registration laws. Anyone with a new car had up to 6 months to get a proper license plate for their new vehicle. During the first 6 months, however, you could simply drive the vehicle without a license plate. Once he realized this, Jobs arranged a special leasing agreement with his Mercedes dealer so that every 6 months he would drop off his current car and receive a new Mercedes SL55 AMG to replace it. This meant that he never drove a car older than 6 months and he never had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles to get a license plate. After hearing the story, many people responded by saying something like, "I guess that's what you do when you have a lot of money." And to be fair, it is true that this license plate strategy isn't reasonable for most people on the planet. If you look deeper, however, you'll notice that something else was happening. Steve Jobs was building a time asset. Most productivity strategies focus on short-term efficiency, how to manage your to-do list effectively, how to get more done each morning, how to shorten your weekly meetings, and so on. These are all reasonable ideas. We often fail to realize, however, that there are certain strategic choices that impact our time on a larger scale. These choices can be categorized as time assets or time debts, which are two concepts I learned from Patrick McKenzie. Time assets are actions or choices you make today that will save you time in the future. Software is a classic example of a time asset. You can write a program one time today, and it will run processes for you over and over again every day afterward. You pay an upfront investment of time and get a payoff each day afterward. The car leasing system that Steve Jobs developed is another example of a time asset. It took him some time to find a loophole and arrange a repeatable leasing system, but his process rewarded him with additional time and less hassle every 6 months. Time debts are actions or choices you make today that will cost you additional time in the future. Email is a time debt that most people participate in each day. If you send an email now, you are committing to reading the reply or responding with an additional message later. Every email you send creates a small debt that you have to pay back at a later time. This is not to say that all time debts are bad. Perhaps you enjoy serving on your school committee or volunteering with a local organization. However, when you make these commitments, you are also creating a time debt that you will have to pay at some point. Sometimes the debts we commit to are worth sacrificing for. Many times they are not. Time assets in real life, I wrote down a short list of time assets and time debts for my business. Here are a few I came up with. Assets, speaking. I can create a speaking page on my website that answers common questions and qualifies the right kind of people. This could include a descriptive, frequently asked questions section or a better sign-up form. The goal of the system is to set clear expectations and answer common questions that I usually have to answer via email. Accounting. By setting clear rules for my bookkeeper and accountant, we can develop a system for automatically tagging certain expenses and transactions each month, which minimizes the need for me to manually approve repeated transactions. Scheduling. Booking calendar appointments, calls, and interviews requires a lot of email. Using software like ScheduleOn eliminates this problem and lets people choose from a pre-selected list of available times. Debts. Email. The more email I answer, the more email I generate. Comments. I like the comments on my site, and I don't plan on removing them. I love hearing from you, but every time I publish an article with a comment section, I'm creating a time debt that I have to pay back by approving and moderating comments. Interviews. At first, I said yes to every interview that came my way. Today, I typically do 3 to 5 every week. Saying yes to every interview has become a time debt. Low-quality work. If you don't edit your article now, you'll have to fix the grammar later. If you write sloppy code now, you'll have to debug it later. If you create a poor product in the beginning, you'll have to service customers and process refunds later. Every low-quality piece of work is a time debt that you have to pay back. To quote John Wooden, if you don't have time to do it right, when will you have time to do it over? A system for your time systems are more important than goals, and time assets are a perfect example of why this is true. Each time asset that you create is a system that goes to work for you day in and day out. If your schedule is filled with time debts, then it doesn't matter how hard you work. Your choices will constantly put you in a productivity hole. However, if you strategically build time assets day after day, then you multiply your time exponentially. Driving a car without a license plate might seem like an extreme way to save time, but it is also a level of strategic thinking that most people never embrace. This isn't an approach that only works for Steve Jobs. It works for all of us. Time debts need to be paid. Be careful how you choose them. Time assets pay you over and over again. Spend more time creating them. When you have a goal, whether it's starting a business or eating healthier or traveling the world, it's easy to look at someone who is already doing it and then try to reverse engineer their strategy. In some cases, this is really useful. Learning from the experiences of successful people is a great way to accelerate your own learning curve. But it's equally important to remember that the systems, habits, and strategies that successful people are using today are probably not the same ones they were using when they began their journey. What is optimal for them right now isn't necessarily needed for you to get started. There is a difference between the two. Let me explain. What is optimal against what is needed, if you set your bar at amazing, it's awfully difficult to start. Seth Godin learning from others is great, and I do it all the time myself. But comparing your current situation to someone who is already successful can often make you feel like you lack the required resources to get started at all. If you look at their optimal setup, it can be really easy to convince yourself that you need to buy new things or learn new skills or meet new people before you can even take the first step toward your goals. And usually, that's not true. Here are some examples. Traveling the world. Every time I travel, I see so many backpackers who have spent a fortune on gear, rainproof bags, moisture-wicking clothes, special shoes. Now, I'm not saying gear is useless. Great gear can make your life much easier on the road, but it's not required. You don't need new shoes to start running. You don't need new cooking bowls to start eating healthy. And you don't need a new backpack to start traveling. Those things might be optimal, but they are not needed in the beginning. Starting a business. When you're an entrepreneur, it's so easy to get obsessed with optimal. This is especially true at the start. I can remember being convinced that my first website would not succeed without a great logo. After all, every popular website I looked at had a professional logo. I've since learned my lesson. Now my logo is just my name, and this is the most popular website I've built. Eating healthy. Maybe the optimal diet would involve buying beef that is only grass-fed, or vegetables that are only organic, or some other super healthy food strategy. But if you're just trying to make strides in the right direction, why get bogged down in the details? Start small and simply buy another vegetable this week, whether it's organic or not. There will be plenty of time for optimization later. Avoiding by optimizing claiming that you need to learn more or get all of your ducks in a row can often be a crutch that prevents you from moving forward on the stuff that actually matters. You can complain that your golf game is suffering because you need new clubs, but the truth is you probably just need 2 years of practice. You can argue that it's hard to travel light without the right backpack, but the truth is you could make it work with what you have now. You can point out how your business mentor is successful because they use XYZ software, but they probably got started without it. Obsessing about the ultimate strategy or the ultimate diet, or the ultimate golf club can be a clever way to prevent yourself from doing hard work. As regular readers know, I'm all for optimizing and improvement. 1% gains fill me with joy. Small habits leave me smitten. Disturbing levels of consistency make my heart flutter. But don't let visions of what is optimal prevent you from getting started in the first place. An imperfect start can always be improved, but obsessing over a perfect plan will never take you anywhere on its own. All models are wrong, some are useful. Even the best models of the world are imperfect. This insight is important to remember if we want to learn how to make decisions and take action on a daily basis. For example, consider the work of Albert Einstein. During the 10-year period from 1905 to 1915, Einstein developed the general theory of relativity, which is one of the most important ideas in modern physics. Einstein's theory has held up remarkably well over time. For example, general relativity predicted the existence of gravitational waves, which scientists finally confirmed in 2015, a full 100 years after Einstein originally wrote it down. However, even Einstein's best ideas were imperfect. While general relativity explains how the universe works in many situations, it breaks down in certain extreme cases like inside black holes. All models are wrong, some are useful. In 1976, a British statistician named George Box wrote the famous line, "All models are wrong, some are useful." His point was that we should focus more on whether something can be applied to everyday life in a useful manner, rather than debating endlessly if an answer is correct in all cases. As historian Yuval Noah Harari puts it, scientists generally agree that no theory is 100% correct. Thus, the real test of knowledge is not truth, but utility. Science gives us power. The more useful that power, the better the science. Even Einstein's work was not perfect in all cases, but it has been incredibly useful, not just for increasing our understanding of the world, but also for practical purposes. For example, the global positioning system's GPS used in your phone and in your car must take the effects of relativity into account to deliver accurate directions. Without general relativity, our navigation systems wouldn't be accurate. How to make decisions in an imperfect world? What steps can we take to make decisions, given that no single way of looking at the world is accurate in all situations? One approach is to develop a broad collection of frameworks for thinking about the world. Some experts refer to each framework as a mental model. Each mental model is a way of thinking about the world. The more mental models you have, the more tools you have in your thinking toolbox to make decisions. For example, here are 3 ways of thinking about productivity. The 2-minute rule: if something takes less than 2 minutes, do it now. The goal of this rule is to help you stop procrastinating and take action. The Ivy Lee method: create a to-do list by writing down the 6 most important things you need to accomplish tomorrow, prioritizing those items and working on them in order. The goal of this method is to help you work on the most important things first. The Seinfeld strategy: pick a new habit and draw an X on the calendar for each day you stick with the behavior. The goal of this method is to help you maintain consistency and keep your streak of good behavior alive. Are any of these models perfect? Of course not. But if you combine them, then you have a strategy that can help you take action right now: the 2-minute rule. A strategy that can help you plan your day more effectively: the Ivy Lee method. And a strategy that can help you maintain consistency in the long run: the Seinfeld strategy. You need a collection of mental models because no single framework can work in every situation. doing the best we can with what we have. Accepting that all models are wrong in certain instances is not a license to ignore the facts. As a society, we should search for better answers, look for evidence, and strive to increase the accuracy of our knowledge. At the same time, there is a common peril on the other end of the spectrum. Too many people waste time debating if something is perfectly correct, when they should be focusing on if it is practically useful. We live in a world filled with uncertainty, but we still need to get things done and make decisions. It is our responsibility to develop a way of thinking about the world that generally fits the facts we have, but to not get so gummed up thinking about things that we never actually do anything. As Harvard professor Daniel Gilbert puts it, the world doesn't have the luxury of waiting for complete answers before it takes action. Impartial answers are the best we have. Focus on what is practical and take action. All models are wrong under some circumstances, but the important thing is if they are generally useful. Footnotes. Thanks for reading. Nearly every problem you face is temporary, but these temporary problems cause immediate pain, and we often let this pain drive our choices and actions. For example, an employee suffering from the pain of not feeling important enough or powerful enough might take a terrible job with a fancy title. An individual suffering from the pain of feeling unloved or unappreciated or misunderstood might try to resolve that pain by cheating on their spouse. An entrepreneur suffering from the pain of a faltering small business might resort to using questionable marketing tactics to try to drive more sales, and so on. This is how you make choices you wouldn't normally make. When you let the problem drive your decisions, you make exceptions and just this once choices to resolve the pain, annoyance, or uncertainty that you're feeling in the moment. How can we avoid this pitfall and make better long-term choices while still resolving short-term pain? Here's an approach I've been trying recently. See if it works for you. Let your values drive your choices. The solutions I've been trying out is to let my values drive my choices. That doesn't mean I ignore other aspects of my decision-making process. I simply add my core values into the mix. For example, if I'm working on a problem in my business, rather than just asking, will this make money? I can ask, is this in alignment with my values? And then, will this make money? If I say no to either, then I look for another option. The idea behind this method is that if we live and work in alignment with our values, then we're more likely to live a life we are proud of rather than one we regret. The power of a constraint you believe in every decision is made within some type of constraint. Maybe it's how much knowledge you have. Maybe it's how much money you have. Maybe it's how many resources you have. Why not what values you have? Making better choices is often a matter of choosing better constraints. By limiting your options to those that fit your values, you are taking an important step to ensuring that your behavior matches your beliefs. Plus, constraints will boost your creativity. Know your principles, and you can choose your methods. How to put this into practice? Most people never take the time to think about their values, write them down, and clarify them. Maybe it sounds too simple or unnecessary. For what it's worth, my 2014 integrity report was the first time that I sat down to clarify my values and tied them directly to my work. You are welcome to use that report as a template for discovering your own values and aligning them with your work and life. The bottom line, if you never sit down to think about your values, then you'll be more likely to make decisions based on whatever information is in front of you at the time. That can be a recipe for regret down the road. Life is complex, and we are all faced with moments in our personal and professional lives that require us to make a choice without as much information as we need. The default assumption is that we need more knowledge or research in these situations, but often we just need a clear understanding of our values. He that always gives way to others will end in having no principles of his own. Aesop, if you don't know what you stand for and where you're headed, then it's far too easy to get off course, to waste your time doing something you don't need to be doing, or to make an exception, just this once, that leads you down a dangerous path. There are brilliant men and women with decent hearts and families. They care dearly about spending a long time in jail right now because they made business decisions that were based on the pain they felt and not the values they believed in. Let your values drive your decisions. Peak performance experts say things like, you should focus, you need to eliminate the distractions, commit to one thing and become great at that thing. This is good advice. The more I study successful people from all walks of life, artists, athletes, entrepreneurs, scientists, the more I believe focus is a core factor of success. But there is a problem with this advice too. Of the many options in front of you, how do you know what to focus on? How do you know where to direct your energy and attention? How do you determine the one thing that you should commit to doing? I don't claim to have all the answers, but let me share what I've learned so far. Until something comes easily. Like most entrepreneurs, I struggled through my first year of building a business. I launched my first product without having any idea who I would sell it to. Big surprise, nobody bought it. I reached out to important people, mismanaged expectations, made stupid mistakes, and essentially ruined the chance to build good relationships with people I respected. I attempted to teach myself how to code, made one change to my website, and deleted everything I'd done during the previous 3 months. To put it simply, I didn't know what I was doing. During my year of many errors, I received a good piece of advice. Try things until something comes easily. I took the advice to heart and tried 4 or 5 different business ideas over the next 18 months. I'd give each one a shot for 2 or 3 months, mix in a little bit of freelance work so I could continue scraping by and paying the bills, and repeat the process. Eventually, I found something that came easily, and I was able to focus on building one business rather than trying to find an idea. In other words, I was able to simplify. This was the first thing I discovered about figuring out what to focus on. If you want to master and deeply understand the core fundamentals of a task, you may, paradoxically, need to start by casting a very wide net. By trying many different things, you can get a sense of what comes more easily to you and set yourself up for success. It is much easier to focus on something that's working than struggle along with a bad idea. Make a call about what to focus on, assuming you're willing to try things and experiment a bit. The next question is, how do I know what's coming easily to me? The best answer I can give is to pay attention. Usually, this means measuring something. If you're an entrepreneur, track your marketing and promotion efforts. If you're trying to gain muscle, track your workouts. If you're learning an instrument, track your practice sessions. Even when you do measure things, however, there comes a point where you have to make a call and decide what to focus on. In my mind, this moment of decision is one of the central tensions of entrepreneurship. Do we continue trying new things, or do we double down on one strategy? Do we try to innovate, or do we commit to doing one thing well? Everyone wants to know the right time to simplify and focus on one thing, but nobody does. That's what makes success so hard. Entrepreneurship isn't like baking a cake. There is no recipe, there is no guidebook. At this stage, your best option is to decide. You can't try everything. At some point, you don't need more information, you just need to make a choice. A volume of work now, we have reached the stage where figuring out what to focus on becomes a real possibility. You have experimented with enough ideas to discover 1 or 2 options that seem to provide better than average results for you. You've overcome the hurdle of wanting more information and the fear of committing to something, and now you've made a choice. You took the job, you started the business, you signed up for the class, you're ready. Welcome to the grind. It's time to put in a volume of work. Not just once or twice, not just when it's easy, but a consistent, repeated volume of work. You have to fall in love with boredom and stay on the bus. It is through this sheer number of repetitions that you'll come to understand the fundamentals of your task. You might know what greatness looks like before this point, but you won't understand how to achieve greatness until you've put the work in yourself. In the words of Ira Glass, your taste is good enough that you can tell that what you're making is kind of a disappointment to you. You'll bridge that gap between what you know is good and what you can produce yourself by putting in the reps. This applies to so many areas of life. Want to dress well and develop killer style? You're going to have to try on a lot of clothes before you can simplify down to the essentials. You'll probably have to buy a lot of clothes before you can really get a feel for what your day-in, day-out style is. I'm not a fan of promoting rampant consumerism, but if that's the skill set you want to develop, then it's likely going to take some experimentation and effort. Want to become a great cook? How many bad meals do you think you need to make before you can whip up a simple but tasty dinner whenever you feel like it? I'd say hundreds at least. I don't know many people who are amazing cooks after making their 10th meal ever. Developing a deep understanding of the fundamentals of cooking takes a while. Want to write an amazing book? You're going to have to write and write and write some more. You need to write hundreds of thousands of words to find your voice, maybe millions. Then you need to edit those words and whittle them down to the most powerful version possible. Only after the repetitions have been completed will you understand which pieces of the task are fundamental to success. Getting to simple now, finally, after trying many things and figuring out what to focus on and putting in enough reps, you can begin to simplify. You can trim away the fat because you know what is essential and what is unnecessary. As the Frenchman Blaise Pascal famously wrote in his provincial letters, "If I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter." Mastering the fundamentals is often the hardest and longest journey of all.